system as it is today, the basic healthcare provision fund is on ground, and many people have been enrolled and they are enjoying services. But now that it's now mandatory, more and more supervision will be required to ensure that money is there is value for money for every kobo that has been deployed.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Sambo. We'll return to him in the course of the conversation. Now, let's bring in Dr. Gafar Alaude, who is an expert in health financing. From your perspective, how much of a game changer does the Health Insurance Authority Act promise?
Okay, thank you very much. I think to start with, let's look at the big picture, which Prof has already alluded to some of them. I think the big picture, which is the global outlook, the global policy trust in the health sector today, is the universal health coverage, which means everybody, irrespective of your circumstance, you should be able to have access to needed health care without suffering financial hardship. And globally, there are two conditions for achieving that. One condition is health insurance must be mandatory, in the sense that because the lining principle of health insurance, like Prof said, is cross-subsidization. That means the rich will cross-subsidize the poor, the healthy will cross-subsidize the sick, and probably those that are not in productive bracket of age will be subsidized by those that are really working. So, and the second condition is the subsidization, like he said. Even when you say health insurance premium is 1,000 naira today, there are some people that are not able to afford it. So how do you ensure that those are not left behind? So those are what they call conditions for universality, and those conditions are already there in the new legal framework. That's why some of us are very, very excited. And one analogy that I would like to draw to that is that if you want to move a car from point A to point B, three things are very, very important. One is the functioning car itself. Number two is the fuel you are going to put it, and number three is the competent driver that is going to drive. So looking at what the legal framework is in place now, in terms of the fueling, in terms of the structure, in terms of the vehicle itself, so we have the national health insurance at the national level. We have the state supported health insurance scheme, and other private organizations like third-party organizations that are working with health insurance and HMOs as well. Then the critical component, which is the money, in terms of subsidizing people that are not there. So the voluntary group fund is there. And what is now very, very important, and the Prof has done a very, very great job in terms of calling the partners together, say, please come and help me in terms of how do we operationalize this. We have seen a lot of legal framework in Nigeria that remain on the shelf and nobody touched them. So what is going to be different is that what do we need to do to operationalize the legal framework to ensure the driver, the vehicle, and the fuel are in place and are working together. I think one of such a thing that is very, very important is to look at where Mr. President talked about 83 million, which is backed by evidence in terms of people that are not able to afford it. For us to do some costing, if you want to cover these people, of course the covering will not be overnight. How much do we need? And from the voluntary group fund, vulnerable group fund that we have, there are different elements to look at where would the money come from. But at the same time, who do we need to engage to ensure the money comes out? Because we have learned a lot of lessons from the basic care provision fund, from the state health insurance scheme. I'll give you an example of a state that has the state health insurance scheme, and part of the component is the equity fund, which is meant to provide health insurance coverage for the poor people. Then we engage the Ministry of Finance, which is supposed to bring out the money, because it's not the health insurance agency that's going to collect and spend the money. Ministry of Finance had the responsibility. And in that particular state, we engage the Ministry of Finance that, how about this equity fund? They said, which equity fund are you talking about? We said, the equity fund that is in so law. We said, which law are you talking about? We are not aware of any laws. So it is very, very important for different organizations and agencies to come together to form a partnership and collaboration to ensure that we clearly understand the content of this legal framework, understand issues around this, even understand where some people might have issues with the legal framework, looking at the political economy of it, looking at the influence and interests of actors and institutions, and how does it affect this. I think all these elements are very, very critical because the legal framework is very, very promising. Some of us have done assessment to why is it that in Ghana that started the same health insurance with Nigeria in the same year. Ghana has almost covered half of the population. Nigeria is struggling with only like 5% or thereabout. But three things came out clearly, and two are from the legal framework. One, the legal framework does not make it mandatory and does not make provision for what do you call it now, pool of fund. But the third element was that the way health insurance was conceived many years back, it was conceived as a centralized entity in a politically decentralized setting like Nigeria. So that was what gave rise to decentralizing the health insurance. That's why we have state health insurance like Dr. Fulani heading the FCT1. So I think all of us need to come together to look at how to support the National Health Insurance Authority to fully operationalize this legal framework.
I know you are the expert. I want you to break it down for us. When we now say, by reason of this act, health insurance is now, what does it mean?
Okay, so good question. So if you look at the population segmentation, we have the formal sector, informal sector. Within the formal, we have the formal private and formal public. Formal private are people that do government, ministry, department, and agency. Formal are private, like people that work in bank, NGO, and international organization as well. So if you look at that category to start with, if you say the health insurance is not mandatory, so I have the option rather to join or not to join. And if I decide to join, I can join a private health insurance, which is a pool of health insurance for a number of employees. Is now mandatory for you by law to get health insurance for your people. So if you do that, that means we have a lot of elites that are brilliant, that can pay for health insurance. And then they are required, even if they will get private health insurance, they must get the social health insurance, which is a common government one as well, which the money will enter the pool that could be accessed by even the poor and the vulnerable as well. Then when you now come to the informal sector as well, okay, so in the informal sector, is broadly divided to the formal sector poor and formal sector non-poor, and that is where the bulk of the poor people are. So for the poor people that are not, it's mandatory for them to register as well, but it will be coupled with they will be held by the subsidization because they are not able to pay. So what do you do? So by making it mandatory for everybody, irrespective of the class that you belong to, you are expected by law to do that. And it's not something entirely new. Like I said, we have the pension scheme, which is mandatory for certain entities and all the stuff like that. But what is extremely important is to have the money to subsidize people, because it's very difficult to implement mandatory participation without the subsidization element of it. So that subsidization is very, very key, it's very, very central. But part of the advantage of the mandatory participation is that there are some people that are able to pay, and this mandatory participation will ensure they actually pay and they contribute to the pool.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Olawode. Now, Dr. Ahmed Danfulani, you are, of course, in charge of the FCT Health Insurance Scheme. What does this act mean now for state health insurance schemes and, of course, the FCT Health Insurance Scheme?
Yeah, thank you very much. For us in the State Social Health Insurance Scheme, first and foremost, we are very excited with this act. We are very, very excited because this is the first time a law in Nigeria puts together all the various stakeholders in health insurance ecosystem. This is the first time in Nigeria where the state social health insurance scheme are mentioned in the national legal document. So that makes it clear that we are already having an authority that is speaking to all the different stakeholders in health insurance ecosystem. And not only that, the various descriptions of participation of the different stakeholder is also well stated
And for the first time, you see clear regulatory role of the NHIA, especially on the state social health insurance scheme, on the private HMOs and TPA and all other NGOs that are in the health insurance ecosystem. So this law is an all-encompassing document that has brought together all the various, stakeholders in the health insurance landscape. And we are very happy about this because it also gives credence to what we are doing under the health insurance under one roof. And I must also commend the DG NHIA in his proactive and leadership style that has already seen these various stakeholders coming together to achieve a lot of things. I must tell you that just recently, the NHIA has facilitated the trips for the state social health insurance leadership to even visit Rwanda. This is wonderful. It's already showing the collective nature of the health insurance activities in Nigeria. Number two, we are also excited about the mandatory nature of this scheme. We have said it times without number. It's not very easy to go onto the street and walk up to a man who is well, is walking about, and you ask him to come and pay for health. It's very difficult. Some of them will even go spiritual. Some of them will go religious. That are you praying to God that I should fall sick? Why should I come and pay for something that I don't need at present? But now with this law, all of that is history. And under that mandatory nature now, an employee will have the right to ask the employer that I am supposed to be registered under health insurance scheme. And so it becomes mandatory on all employers to, enroll all their employees under the mandatory health insurance scheme. This is also very important. And I'm sure by way of proper implementation strategy, this is going to lead to a very huge amount of people joining the health insurance. Now, Dr. Alawadi also talk about the input from the private, release, those that join the private health insurance. This law has clearly stated that it is not enough for you to buy a private health insurance, but it's also important and mandatory for you to also contribute into the larger pool of the state social health insurance scheme. This way, you are also contributing to the pool. In the past,
is that a new tax?
No, it's not a new tax. In fact, it means that the package you are buying from your private HMO will include you getting a social health insurance scheme. And what you are now paying to the private HMO is what we call a top-up for services that maybe are not available under the social health insurance scheme. So that is a top-up for you. And so you can get all the basic services that you needed under the primary care services in the social health insurance scheme. However, you may need more than that, which is obvious. There are certain things that may not be covered under the state social health insurance scheme that are covered under the private scheme. So that's what you pay as an additional to the private HMO. So that is also very exciting to us because it means that everybody, every resident, whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are not a non-Nigerian, you must contribute to the pool of the health insurance in Nigeria. And also it reminds me of what some of us go through if you want to travel out of this country, especially to this European country. You buy health insurance packages. Without that, they will not issue you a visa. It's important to note that some of the money we are using to buy these insurance packages is more than enough to pay for the social health insurance scheme in Nigeria. In other words, the cost of buying this the travel health insurance is far more than what we are charging at the state social health insurance.
So when you say that non-Nigerians, let's say visitors to Nigeria, will also be required to make a contribution to the health insurance fund, is there, Prof, you are itching to say something, but is there a requirement in the law, the details of which I must admit I haven't interrogated, is there a requirement of the law for the immigration to say, look, if any person is traveling to Nigeria from outside, before we issue you a visa to Nigeria, take a health insurance?
Well, presently, it is not clearly stated. I just use that as an example. That as we as Nigerians and many other nationals of other countries, if you are traveling to some of these countries that have their established health insurance program, you are required, it's mandatory. If you don't buy those health insurance of those states, you will not be allowed to enter. You will not be given a visa. But this is not clearly stated in the current act we have. It's not clearly stated. But what is clearly stated is that most other nationals, maybe working in different multinationals, oil companies and all of that, that hitherto don't buy into the local health insurance scheme. It's not mandatory for them. For example, some of them even have international health insurance card, which is what they use to take care of their health insurance. Now they have to buy into the national health insurance program. They have to pay to the pool, no matter what they are. If they like, they can get any kind of international health insurance, but they must pay to the pool. Now, thirdly, the state special health insurance scheme, we're also excited about the fund. We are very excited. It clearly shows the interest of the federal government in the poor and vulnerable. If we are talking about universal health coverage, and we are not planning for subsidy, we are not planning for the poor and vulnerable, we are wasting time. A lot of statistics have shown that majority of Nigerians, they fall under the poor and vulnerable. And so the people that can probably pay for themselves may not be more than 20 to 25%. So where do you leave the 80%? And in the wisdom of the National Assembly, in the wisdom of the National Health Insurance Scheme, they have thought of this very important, fund. The vulnerable fund is a very, very good innovation. And I'm also happy that Mr. President has committed to funding this particular program. And so we'll be seeing huge number of people under the poor and vulnerable scheme coming onto the health insurance scheme. If we don't do that, it's going to be almost impossible to attain the universal health coverage.
Precisely. Dr. Ahmed Dafulani, thank you. And that's from where I'm going to ask my question, Professor Sambo. Every other person seems to have obtained the cover, the health insurance cover. We now have the Vulnerable Group Fund. Those who are not employed, the poor, the indigent, the elderly, the children and all that, how does this fund, how does it cover them? How can they access, the services of that fund?
Thank you, madam. These are the vulnerables. And these are the people that will benefit from the Vulnerable Group Fund.
Yes, how?
Okay, simple. You are talking about strategy, or now the fund is available. I assume that the fund is now available. And now, what is the mechanism in place that will do to cover them? Before I answer that, I know Kingsley is a lawyer as well. And if you look at law, sometimes it mustn't expressly state what everything should be. Regarding to it could be implied. So if you look at the law, it says that every Nigerian and any legal resident. So if you come from abroad, you are to spend 1 week, you are a legal resident because you have a valid documents to stay. You have to obtain health insurance. So that section is implying that even if you are coming to Nigeria, you will buy health insurance. And this we are going to explain it clearly in the guideline, because we are currently working with all the partners to ensure that we look at the law and see how it can be operationalized. And one critical thing is to ensure that there is a comprehensive guideline that will cross all the T's and dot all the I's without leaving anything without explanation. So it implied. Coming to your question, I made mention of the fact that the government will aggregate the fund through the various sources, including the tax that Kingsley will not want to hear. But I know it will come, and I know you might not want to hear it, but tax is not a crime. If you are taxing people to improve their lives, most of the developed countries develop their societies and maintain their society through taxations. So I don't think we should have a phobia for taxation. What we should call for, if there is taxation, there must be efficient utilization of it so that everybody will benefit. So maybe I answer this question in prospect. The mechanism is the fund will be aggregated through the various means. The money will be channeled to the state. If you will go to the Ministry of Humanitarian, they have a database of people that are poor. In fact, it started with in the office of the Vice President, the NASCO, National Social Security Register. Is available. It is a very comprehensive document that has gone to every nook and cranny of Nigeria to generate data based on evidence of people that are poor. So the National Health Insurance in collaboration Authority, in collaboration with the state, is already partnering with the NASCO so that we can utilize their register after validation by the state to ensure that people are registered. And one of the things that we have done in the National Health Insurance Scheme, which I have mentioned in one of our programs, is deployment of digital technology to drive the health insurance ecosystem. Part of what we are doing, we have what we call NIMSI integration. The National Health Insurance ICT platform now, if you register, it has capacity to generate a NIN number for you. And if you have a NIN number, you come to the National Health Insurance Authority, you will have that NIN number reflected. Because that NIN number is very, very critical to ensure that there is no duplication. In fact, in some of the countries, going through the NIN, everything that you will do, including your own family enrolling into the school and so on, you must have a NIN number. So pressing your NIN, all information about you will be obtained. So we have collaborated and we have integrated our digital technology system with NIMSI so that there will be no duplication. Because one of the things that you want to avoid in the process of implementation is try to avoid as much as possible duplication, multiple register. So the state health insurance agencies will be working with the register that is developed collectively under that NASCO, and that register will be utilized to register households who are poor and be issued an identity card, and also get the designated healthcare facilities at the primary care level when they are sick, just the way we do the basic healthcare provision. So essentially, this coverage of 83 million, we are going to utilize the state structure, and already we have a segment of the population to register. So it will be seamless. Once the money is available, we will just swing into enrollment. And NHIA already has given what is called application program interface, because there is minimum ICT requirement to ensure interoperability. So all the states are now developing their ICT framework that will allow NHIS to properly integrate the system.
Let me also just debate a bit. I want to ask you, do you have confidence in the state structure? I mean, this is the reason for my question. Yes. The implementation of the 2030 goals, the SDGs, is also based on state structure. And we all know where we are with regards to the individual indices, health indices. We know we are yet to even meet our target using the state structure. Now you're also going to use those same structure, to implement this service scheme. Are you confident that we're going to achieve our target?
If I say I have not confidence in state structure, then I have no confidence in Nigeria as well, because there are structures that are with us, and there is nothing we can do.
Because we'll get the same result.
Not really. That's why I told you that in our implementation strategy, Gafari will tell you that just 2 days ago, we had a very robust engagement with international partners. And in 2 weeks' time, we are going to have a very robust engagement with the state agencies. Health insurance is a system whereby people are making contributions, and people will demand for their rights. And every actor in the health insurance will have to be conscious of that. And and what is important is, to what extent do we have an accountability framework that we will be able to checkmate all the negative tendencies that will be. We should emphasize that ensuring that, yes, when I came to the National Health Insurance Scheme, everybody has lost confidence. When I came, the state agencies, the partners were not working with the National Health Insurance Scheme. I will go and see the ecosystem now. Because of the confidence that people have the confidence that we have restored in the system, all the actors have come. In fact, that is one of the critical success factors to get this mandatory law into signed by Mr. President. Because what used to happen before, the system was so fragmented. Everybody was pursuing his own interest. Even when the National Assembly passed the law, some people will go and ensure that the law is aborted. But because of the stability we have been able to ensure through what you call health insurance under our concept, where we bring everybody, every decision that we take, we ensure that we involve people, and it will be diplomatically accepted. Now we have stability, and that is the kind of system that we will employ to ensure that if you are an actor in the health insurance ecosystem, you play the rule according to the game.
Professor Sambo, I'm tempted to ask you this question, but it will also go to Gafar and Dan Fulani. And the question relates to process and procedure. Who is eligible to be enrolled in the health insurance operations? And how do you go about it?
Every Nigerian with the National Health Insurance Authority Act, every Nigerian is eligible to join the National Health Insurance. How we are able to go about is we are not developing anything new, but rather strengthening the existing arrangements. For example, at the national level, we have a formal sector social health insurance program, which every employee of organization up to 5 and above is supposed to join. And before it was not a mandatory. So if you like, you will not come. Now it is mandatory. You cannot do business in Nigeria now if you are an organization without having evidence of health insurance coverage for your people. So those people at the national level, the NHIA will continue to expand the formal sector program at the national level. The state health insurance agencies will expand the social health insurance for formal sector at the state level and the local government. So all employees of the state and local government and the employees of the organized private sector that are localized within the state will join the state social health insurance program. Then for the informal sector who are self-employed, there is a gift ship program which we have discussed it in this in one of the session here after the Honorable Minister of Health has launched the program. We have this group individual family social health insurance program which we have developed. So an individual, family and group like associations, they can come and join the National Health Insurance Scheme. Already is in existence. We have similar thing. The state are also developing those gift shift program to be able to take the informal sector at the state level. Then the vulnerable segment of the population. These are the people that have no coverage, and this is why we have this vulnerable group fund. So now, with the existing structures we have programs that will answer to every segment of the population. The thing is now, how do we catalyze, how do we strategize to ensure that everybody comes on board? And this is what we are discussing with all the partners and the stakeholders.
Dr. Gafar, speak more to this issue regarding process and procedure. Because Professor Sambo says, yes, join the health, change the insurance scheme at national or at state level. How does, for instance, a self-employed individual who is in the informal sector say, look, I want to join the health, what steps should that person take? Where should he go to?
Okay, thank you very much. Probably before I answer that question, so there was this question around whether or not the existing system will work, working with the state structure and everything. And I want to provide evidence that we are seeing evidence that it is already working. Don't forget that Prof said Basic Care Provision Fund has actually started. And what this law we do is to expand the pool of people that benefit from it and as well. So in terms of those people that are already benefiting from Basic Care Provision Fund, so we did a little study to look at go to the facility level and look at those people that are on Basic Care Provision Fund and compare them with people that are not insured in health insurance as well. So the standard to show that the financial barrier has been removed is the number of time you are able to visit health facility in a year. The minimum, if there is no financial barrier, is that you should be able to visit facility at least 4 times in a year, whether for checkup, whether for preventive care, curative care, and all those stuff. Among people that are not on any form of health insurance at all in Nigeria, Basic Care Provision Fund, on average, at least they are visiting like 2 to 3 times, which is a significant improvement that we have seen over time. So what this law will do now is to expand the pool of people that will be benefiting from that. That means with that, many people will be attending antenatal care. Many people will be delivering in health facility. Why do women die during, most of the women that die during pregnancy and childbirth, they die around delivery period because they don't deliver in health facility. And one of the main reasons, not all the reasons anyway, is because of I don't have the money to pay at the health facility. And if you have health insurance, you not think of that. You deliver an health facility, and if there's going to be any emergency, for example, postpartum hemorrhage and everything, it will be taken care of. So it's already working. I think so. I want you to have the confidence in the system, and what is very important now is to expand the pool of people that will benefit from it. Coming back to your question in terms of individual people, I'm very happy Dan Fulani is here in terms of those managing health insurance, whatever. On their own, they even do serious marketing in terms of engaging different individuals, group of people, because you have to convince people. Not many people know about health insurance. Not people know about the benefit of health insurance. And it's very difficult to convince people to pay for what they might not need immediately. So strong community sensitization is very important. Engagement is very important. But at the same time, what is even more important is the experience of people that are already enrolled. Because the best marketer of insurance is people that are already insured and say, okay, I am on health insurance, I have this ailment, I went to the health facility, I did not pay, and I was able to get the care. I think that's very, very good. But beyond that, a lot of interpersonal communication, a lot of mass media, and the media has a role to play. It's very, very important in terms of bringing people to the pool.
You know what? I'm asking this question, Dr. Dan Fulani.
Yes, sir.
Look, break it down for our viewers. Is the health insurance stuff like, say, your vehicle insurance? You go to various locations, for instance, around either the road safety offices or more particularly with the one you have in Mabushi there, you have persons who are hawking literally automobile insurance. They call it third party. Now that's why I'm asking, where does the individual go to, or from whom should he accept or should she accept product marketing? Are you going to, is it that the officers of your scheme, for instance, in the LCT, will be the ones who are canvassing prospective clients? Is it a brokerage firm that we are going to use, or is an established health insurance firm?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I go to that, so please kindly permit me to say something about the state's capability to drive the health insurance. You will notice that the first comment I made about this new act is that we now have a system, we now have an ecosystem that is being effectively headed by a leader. And that transmits to all of us the quality of leadership and the functions of every stakeholder in that leadership. Not because he's here, I want to say that since the DG assumed office at the National Health Insurance Scheme, a lot of things have changed. For me, I was more than 2 years in office and I didn't have anything to do with the NHIS. But as soon as it came, there's these collaborations with everybody, all the stakeholders. many of the things we do now, they are structured and they are guidelines from the National Health Insurance Authority that drives some of the activities that the state are doing, and it's working. The results are already coming. The DG will agree with me that within a year of bringing everybody on board, the total enrollment in Nigeria almost doubled. Within a year, he will tell you. Because the small structures in the state, they are bringing enrollment into the system. And so we are already seeing that. And to even say that a lot of states did not have state social health insurance scheme until the coming of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. And that has been the catalyst for setting up those state social health insurance scheme. So in addition to for them to do the basic healthcare, they have their own state program now. So it's already working. And I'm sure the only way forward is to continue the way we are going, activities from the central regular supervision MI. I'm sure we're going to get there. Now, on the area of how we enroll our people, we have system. First and foremost, we all agree that health insurance is still very new in this country. A lot of people still don't know how it operates. So we are doing a lot of sensitization. For some of you that are in FCT, you've seen that even FCT insurance is trying to do a lot of sensitization to let people know about this. Now, you can enroll by physically visiting the various offices and enroll yourself. Or you can use the ICT platform, online enrollment platform, that can bring you up onto the scheme, and you get your card, and then you're already on the system.
Remember, we're also including the vulnerable groups as well. Those groups who probably can't read, can't access the digital platforms and all that. But just get a final contribution from the DG. Talk to us about the premium, and would it be such that would also address the issue of quality service? That's one. And we understand that this act has also conscripted the role of the HMOs and expanded more administrators in this. Can you talk to us about this?
Okay, you see, the premium in health insurance is never static. It is the political economy has a lot to do with what the premium should be. And I have mentioned it repeatedly that the amount of money that you have gathered is what you are buying. You are going to a health market, to buy health insurance for people. So if you have large amount of money, you can buy the whole package of health insurance. If you contribute small amount of money, you buy the amount of services that money can buy. That is one of the principles of the social health insurance. As it is today, with the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund and with the formal sector program in the National Health Insurance Authority, we have what we call a benefit package, which is costed. And for the group individual family social program, we are paying individual group and family are paying a premium of average of 15,000 naira per annum to get the services. You will wonder how 15,000 naira will be able to cover healthcare challenge for an individual. That is the whole rationale for the health insurance. Many people bring their money and you put them together. You have a woman that is pregnant and she has visited her doctor and he said that you are going to have a cesarean section. Ordinarily, the cost is 150,000. But because you have the pool of health insurance, that woman can undergo cesarean section without paying anything. And that's why you can hardly see people that have gone into the social health insurance scheme, and just like Gafar has said, experience matters a lot. Even if you say health insurance is not good, the women that have gone, the family that have gone and have a cesarean section at no kobo will tell you that this program is good. So this is one. We will
You just have 60 seconds, DG.
Okay, so you will have a benefit package. We will continue to drive our benefit package. If we are able to...
What is in that benefit package? Because you talked about, I mean, you cited the example of cesarean CS.
Yes.
CS, of course, is usually a very costly thing for pregnant women. Everybody's not pregnant.
Yes.
So what is in the content of that basic package?
We have discussed this thing. We have developed the benefit package. We have put it in our website for the past 2 years, and we have mentioned the fact that everybody can go and download. We have hard copies. We have the soft copy. You download it when you are going to hospital. You will see the range of services. Almost every services that is taken care of at primary care level. Almost all the services at the secondary care level, and services that are at tertiary level, with some exclusions.
Professor Mohammed Nasir Samba, I'm afraid and I'm sorry I have to stop you at this point because we have a second issue that we must take. Professor Mohammed Nasir Samba is the Director General, National Health Insurance Authority, formerly National Health Insurance Scheme. Of course, he's been explaining to us the new act and what it seeks to provide, the services it seeks to provide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for joining us. Let me also State Health Insurance Scheme. They still remain as schemes, right? Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. All right. This is Good Morning Nigeria, and we'll be right back.
Wake up the champion in your child. Give them energy to go further. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child.
The digital switchover project, which is commonly referred to as DSO, which entails television channels switching from analog to digital broadcasting, is one of the biggest projects embarked upon by this administration. Branded as Free TV, offers its viewers about 60 digital channels, including sports, music, movies, and news. The federal government has licensed about 23 set-top box manufacturers. 7 of them have production, employing several thousands of people. We've made it now compulsory for all stations in Nigeria to only broadcast productions made in Nigeria for products which are produced in Nigeria.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message from the National Orientation Agency.
The Council of Our Fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, the Organization of Youth in International Trade and Commerce is partnering with the NTA Television Enterprises Limited for a business expo that is expected to take place in Houston, Texas. To tell us more about this collaboration, we have two guests with us in the studios. Let's welcome Chinedu Amadi, who is President, Organization of Youth in International Trade and Commerce. Chinedu Amadi, we are glad to have you here this morning.
Good morning, thank you.
Right. And also here with us in the studios is Chinwe Osuji, who is the Chief Legal Officer of the NTA Television Enterprises Limited. Chinwe, a lawyer, pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. Claire?
Yeah, Kingsley. So let's start with Chinedu Amadi, who is the president of the organization, and it's Youth in International Trade and Commerce.
Thank you. OYITC.
Yes. Tell us a bit about this. What exactly do you do?
Okay, the Organization of Youth in International Trade and Commerce, OYITC, is an umbrella organization that looks at young entrepreneurs and women who are interested in non-oil export trade. We help them to expose their products and services to the international market. That's our primary goal. And as we all understand, Nigeria is dependent on crude oil as its major earner. And there is a need to change that to dependence on other areas of revenue generation, and non-oil export trade is a very important aspect of that. We've seen non-oil export trade grow, especially during COVID-19, to a very significant number in terms of the internal revenue generation of Nigeria. And our target is to move that trade. It moved from about 400 billion to about 1.8 trillion naira. And our target is to move that from the current 13% that is sitting to about 30% in 5 years. So what we're doing is engaging on young entrepreneurs, engaging with women who are in trade to help them expand their capacity and also get their products to the international market.
What are the core services, I imagine, and products that your members deal in for purposes of export?
Okay, so primarily agro-allied products, garments, and leather products. Then other services, arts, and the rest. But these are products that has nothing to do with crude oil,
oil and gas.
What again? I mean, explain. What are your channels for accessing the international market? I do know, and there have been reports around this, that there were some frustrations that exporters experienced at the ports, and I think that a new shed, if you may, has now been created to enable exporters use that particular route without getting into a logjam in the typical customs or ports authority areas. What is your experience with this in terms of your members?
Okay, so one of the things we are doing is working with the different agencies. For instance, Federation of Agri-Commodity Association of Nigeria. They are part of our organization. They are in collaboration with us. So all products that have been listed and approved for export, you understand, we look at that and discuss with our members. So first, they already know the product to work on. Second, the second channel is through trade exhibitions to share with the world what we produce, and then invite potential investors, invite potential off-takers and vendors to come in and look at those products, and then it becomes much easy. Of course, we're looking at the export process through shipping, and the federal government is also making it even much easier. There is a new terminal in Ikorodu, Lagos, solely for non-oil export trade. So that is part of the workings that the government is putting in place to ensure that there's smooth transition of goods and products from Nigeria abroad.
What form of help? Because you say we help. What form is this help coming? And you also have an expo coming up, which is the basis for the collaboration with the NTA, yes. Which you say it's coming up in Texas. Yes. Why Texas?
Okay, so let's even look at the first question. First, the challenges with our products. We have good products, but design, packaging, and branding is one of the key challenges. And so what we do is first train our members on product design, packaging, and branding to ensure that it meets international standard. And so we'll talk to them about ensuring that standards are kept, because once people start production, at times they want to rush, and that little bit of lack of patience could really impact the quality of products. So being consistent with products is very key. You understand? So for other organizations, like the regulatory agencies like NAFDAC, we also guide them. We help them to assess and go through NAFDAC processes much easily. So now to the next question of...
And you don't provide the market as well?
We expose them to the market. We are working with some of the e-commerce platform like Abuja.com, where they go and list their product, and that's an international platform for them to expose their products. Understand? But also we are engaging with, and this now takes us to Houston proper. Why Houston? The Nigerian community in Houston is growing significantly. In fact, we can take it that it's the second largest community in Houston, in Texas, so the Nigerian community. And the market is growing very tremendously. Back in 2009, in Houston, you can look at about 5 or 6 African stores. Today, those stores have grown to about 85 and counting. And most of them were triggered during COVID-19. So a lot of people, got busy, ideas came up, and someone running their products even in their garages. So there's a huge demand for Nigerian products. There's a huge consumption of Nigerian products. The Americans and African Americans are consuming our products. Our food, our rice, our plantain, our clothes, our music is actually, for the music and entertainment, is just like it's taken over.
Yeah, so we'll get into the Booga aspect maybe at some other point. Chinwe Osuji, let's bring you in here. I mean, it's somewhat interesting. We are trying to promote non-oil exports, and we've chosen Houston, which is very well renowned for oil summits, oil expos, and oil exhibitions. But I mean, give us some more insight into this forthcoming expo in Houston. Is it a sole expo by the organization, or the organization is part of a larger expo?
Okay, thank you very much. It's part of a larger expo in the sense that there are several collaborations, which NTA Television Enterprises is one of the collaborators. In fact, a major collaborator. Because looking at our own mandates, we pay much premium on idea generation. And what OYITC brought to TVE is very promising. And that is why we keyed into it. And looking at Nigerian Television Authority, and by extension, Television Enterprises, it pays, much interest in trying to promote all that can really, bring together the nation, national integration. We're talking of national development, and this is one of them, especially when it comes to youth development, which this project is all about, showcasing the productivity and creativity of young people and the women. That is why we keyed into it. So it's going to be big, and we are looking forward to all the activities lined up for this event.
What kind of role will NTA be playing?
Okay, the role we are playing, of course, we're already on it now. We are talking about publicity. That is one of the things we're doing. And we're looking at youth empowerment, which is a major thing for us. And we are all out looking at these youth, their zeal and everything. And we are ready to support them. That is why we're into it. We are also looking at is a viable, very viable venture for all concerned. In fact, it's a win-win for everybody. Both the collaborators, the participants, the youth involved, the women, everybody will come back smiling because they will have the opportunity to network and learn. Many people will speak to them. There will be seminars, there will be exhibitions and networking, that will take place, and they will learn from all these things. Mr. Chinedu had already mentioned about helping them in branding their products. These are things they will take out with them. Even after this project, they will still move on with that.
When is the expo in Houston?
Okay, so the expo is lined up from July 25 to July 30th. We arrive Houston on July 25. We start on July 26. So it's a 4-day event, and we start. The first day will be discussions, seminars, regulatory agencies looking at challenges of non-oil export trade. Then 2 days for the exhibition proper. We look at agro-allied. We look at so all the various products produced here, made in Nigeria. Then the third day we'll be looking at the garment and leather. Bags, our shoes, our clothes, our fashion, part of course our entertainment. Then the 4th day we'll be having a gala night where we'll all have fun, and there we showcase Nigeria.
Yeah, what is the role of MITI, that's the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, or the Export Promotion Council, or is it Commission now?
Okay, so yes, we've had several stakeholders forum, workshops with various regulatory agencies, major partners, and they are very well informed. They are attending the trade show, and of course they're also lined up to make country presentation on export promotions and investment into Nigeria. So yes, they will be there with us, and we hope to have, as we continue to plan for the other trade shows that will be coming up after this.
Who is sponsoring this expo now?
Yes, in terms of sponsorship, first the participants are sponsoring themselves, very key. We've also called for sponsorship. There are commercial banks that have lined up to sponsor the trade show. Also, we are also calling on the federal government, of course, to continue to support us through NTA to sponsor the trade show.
You see, I just asked you again, because you're the chief legal officer for NTA Television Enterprises. Beyond providing publicity, media coverage, what other form? What does this collaboration cover? Because again, he said participants will be going and funding their, trip to Houston and all that. Have you considered other legal implications for this?
Yes, on the legal implications, we have looked at everything broadly, and looking at the age of the participants, they have fall within what we're looking at for the already adults, and nothing will go amiss in that sense. Other things that will come in, they have already paid for their trip, and there's nothing else except that we're looking out for other authorizations, like from Foreign Affairs, to help us out with some of the other things we want to do, and it will go perfectly well. It will go perfectly well.
What's the projected size of attendance?
We're looking at about 140 participants, that's the vendors, and over 600 people attending the trade show.
Oh, that's quite interesting. But it looks like we're dealing essentially here with MSMEs. Is that
yes? Yes, MSMEs.
Okay. But of course, when you do come back, we hope that there will be great lessons learned, and then of course projection of your capabilities and all that. But just give us an insight very quickly. If the agro-allied products, what is the attraction for the market out there? What are they yearning for? in terms of agro-allied products from Nigeria?
Oh, so many stuff. Every of our food, especially the swallows, they're yearning for them. Our palm oil, which is probably the best in the world, you know, and it gives me concern when I go to shelves in the US and I see made in Ghana palm oil when we have the best, you know. And so what we want to do is help to take off those other African countries' products and place Nigerian product on those shelves. So there are so many
swallows. Which are the swallows now? I mean, they just
pounded yam.
Sorry?
Gari,
Yes.
yam, flour, maize, all those, apple, cassava, even garments. We didn't even mention the garments. It's very key.
You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, earlier
they're
on.
making swallows from beans right now, and so that we're going to showcase. They are very fantastic products.
Amala will also be
There's
there.
tea, a lot of made in Nigeria. There's Tula tea, very healthy product.
Are you going to bring in the Bugadans?
Well, I'm sure they are going there.
The
They know those who are.
not just the Bugadans, you know. You want to bam bam. There's a song that the Americans used to advertise for police recruitment. It's a Nigerian song.
Yeah, that's in Texas.
Yes, in Texas.
I've seen that.
In Dallas, yes. So we want to show them those artists, you know.
That's good. That's interesting. So Chinedu Amadi, President, Organization of Youth in International Trade and Commerce. We wish you all the best and thank you for coming to share your ideas with us. And good morning, Nigeria.
Thank you.
Also, Barrister Chinwe Osuji, the Chief Legal Officer, NTA Television Enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And
for
I look
having me.
forward to also joining you in this on the
Yes,
trip.
it's a yearly event now, so you can join for the next.
Okay, it's a yearly event.
Yes, it will be coming up every year. Yes.
In Houston, Texas. All right.
Houston, Texas.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
let's
All right.
take some sports stories now.
The federal government of Nigeria on Thursday rescinded the decision to suspend Nigerian basketball from all international competitions. This was disclosed by the Permanent Secretary Ministry of Youth and Sports Development, Ismaila Abubakar, in a press statement. The Permanent Secretary said the latest decision was based on a letter of appeal from the Nigeria Basketball Federation.
President Muhammadu Buhari, in order to avoid sending basketball development into a long period of suspension, when MBBF have now committed to resolution of the issues, has approved the return of Nigeria to international basketball immediately. The President has directed the Ministry of Youth and Sports to ensure the speedy implementation of the undertaking.
In tennis, Serena Williams and Ons Jabeur have withdrawn from the Eastbourne doubles because of a right knee injury to the Tunisian. The American great made her return to tennis this week alongside Jabeur after a year out following an injury. The two had advanced to the semi-finals after winning their first two matches. Williams has been given a singles wildcard into Wimbledon, which begins on Monday, while the informed Jabeur will be seeded third. Meanwhile, Stan Wawrinka says Rafael Nadal looks like normal Rafa after the Spaniard won his first grass court match in 3 years as part of his Wimbledon preparations. The 22-time Grand Slam champion beat Swiss Wawrinka 6-2, 6-3 in an exhibition match at Hollingham on Wednesday. The 36-year-old's participation at Wimbledon had been in doubt because of a chronic foot injury. Nadal has not played at Wimbledon since 2019, having missed last year's tournament to give his body time to rest following the French Open.
That's Good Morning Nigeria for today, and indeed we wrap it up for the week. As always, we appreciate your tuning in. Monday is another day, 7 o'clock, same time. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Kingsley.
And please do join us as always in our campaign against rape and rapists. That way, you too can be a star. I am Claire Delabu Abdurazak. To have a good weekend.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Now, are you sure this will work? I can't be sitting at home. Just keep it so I can listen.
Today we're going to be discussing sleep What is the medical term for sleepwalking?
Sonambulism.
Right. Get free Intel to Intel call and experience HD quality conversations every time. Intel. Live more.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Why they cut mouth for me? You dey put what on that tongue? You don't tell me now. They can't go back and carry you.
Well, you hear me? Well. Okay, well. Well. Send me Fernandez. Well, okay, me. Are you smoking something? Who is smoking weed here?
I'm not smoking anything.
You're not smelling me. We, for somebody. Are you stupid, man? What will they get from? I didn't smell anything. I said somebody is smoking weed here. Nobody is. Wait. What is that? Somebody is shouting. Come on here. Somebody is screaming for help. How? How come? I'm hearing that from. Let's check it. The noise is coming from this side. I know what I'm hearing.
Are you looking fresh for your date? Get even fresher with Close Up. New Close Up Triple Fresh formula. It cleans deeply, fights 99% of bacteria, and cools intensely, keeping you protected and fresh.
Protected and fresh.
Still fresh, still protected.
Feeling cool and protected.
All day confidence to get close. New Close Up Triple Fresh formula.
I find the strength I need every time that I look into your eyes. I know they worry, cause I know say you did by my side. And if I fall away, right in the midst of all my hours, you know that I am for my wife. They always take for me. No matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show up for me every day. No matter when I show you, you show me love. You show me love.
Our new toothpaste, Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection.
Why are we changing toothpaste?
Because with Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection, I can be sure your teeth are cavity free.
When you brush daily with Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection, its expert formula locks natural calcium in our teeth and helps protect them from cavity. Colgate is the world's most chosen toothpaste.
Colgate locks calcium in.
It's been a long day, and nothing could feel better than sleeping comfortably. So relax. You won't be bothered by leakage or irritation tonight. Huggies Dry Comfort has a super fast dry layer that quickly absorbs wetness for all-night dryness and comfort. So baby can wake up comfy and dry as the night before. And you keep doing great, Mom.
Now in a new look pack, available from 650 naira.
Guy, they make a run use your phone, Jari.
Guy, when you do your glow line now?
Baba, calm down now. Not be this NIN wahala, they give me stress. They don't even block my line.
But my glow NIN link is simple pass now. Yes, simple. Just dial star 109 hash. Take way to do. See. Take, give my phone.
Hey, what if I don't get NIN before?
Simple. Just go any glow word now once you get your NIN. Yeah.
Yes. I get plenty guys who don't link their NIN until now their phone still dey block.
Tell them when they go any glow word now once they go block their line. Yes, now.
I know I'll make I use your own phone for now. I go start my own later.
Guy, talk plenty talk. You know, so when I link my line, glow that be plenty bonus. Yes, now. And when you link your own line, glow with that you up to 20,000 naira bonus.
20,000?
Yes, so 20,000 naira bonus.
Yeah, ma'am. Take a vote. Renew. Yeah, I don't link my NIN.
This bonus now for both you and existing customers, so.
For where? For where?
What is going on there? Charity! What is this? My friend! don't tell her. Now me do anyhow for that place. Good morning, I mean, sorry. You say you get oil for your head, man. No, man. What do you think you are talking to that? I've been trying to know that now you say you won't come to cook anyhow for you. You won't cook. You go cook for you today. You go cook and I will chop your food. Come on. I was only my wallet. I will blow your head. I don't think they don't follow the country. Hey, stand up.
They deceived me. They were going to give me a job.
No, there is nothing. I can only do transfer for you. Oh, yeah, do the transfer. Do the transfer. 4 months. Shut up. No time. Keep a cat over, no time. You know me? No, no, you know, sir. I will tell you to pilot it. I will chop you anyhow. Start to the transfer. I'm doing it. How much did they do that? How much did they do? 20 million. Okay.
We don't pay your parents. Don't pay your family.
You don't mind this one. But do I know you? Do I know you? Don't run. If I don't see a lot, I will kill sorry. Call your number. See what they have done. For me. Let me keep it. No, leave me. I don't know. Who are they? We came here together. We came here. You are the foreman. We came here together. You are the teacher. You are in charge of this. We came together. Everything. Sorry, Charlie. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I thank you for coming to my rescue. It's not that you came at the moment that you appeared. You don't know what would have happened.
Oh, it's our job. We're doing our job. You are only there to rescue.
Thank you.
And thanks for the call you made. Yeah. When I heard the call, I knew that something must be wrong.
Something was.
That's why
something was wrong.
So I can see the project is really going on fine.
So when we thank God. This project had been abandoned for over 35 years.
Yes.
Chongbomi. But when the president now summoned me, he gave me the mandate, Chongbo, to complete this project and hand it over to him for commissioning before he hands over. Wow. Chongbo, and that is what I'm planning to do by the grace of God.
You have done very well here.
Thank you very much.
70% complete.
Oh yes. Thank you. We did not spare any expense to make sure that we get to this point and we will finish it. I assure you one thing. Otumba Femi Olambiwoninu Fernandez, I will hand over this project to my president before he hands over by the grace of God.
the landscape and wonderful.
You can see the beautiful landscape. See, by the time we finish, we will have swimming pool in one corner. I'm even thinking of having race course. Race course and a golf course. You see that corner down there? Golf course down there. And then any part with where helicopter will just come and land. Oh, just leave it. Wait till you finish. Wait till it's me.
And you have less than how many months to complete this project?
Money is there. We will achieve it. We will achieve it. DPO, look, I appreciate you, Jerry.
You're always running around. Keeping up with you needs a comforting touch from Huggies with the right stretch for how much you move. Huggies pants comfortably fit baby's tummy. Their 360-degree comfort fit waistband makes them easy to open and pull off and on. So baby can keep on exploring and you keep doing great, Mom.
Now in a new look pack.
The north is so beautiful, and the food, it's nothing like I have ever tasted before. The color,
Vibrant. What about the aroma?
the aroma, oh God, smell just like this one.
This smells so good.
Yeah. Your Dambo Shinkafa tastes even better. How did you do it?
Onga seasoning. It's all the seasonings you need for great taste and aroma.
Onga, Mama's helping hand.
Not all washing powders are the same. Sunlight adds bursts of freshness to cleaning power to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and freshness that lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1 sensational cleaning with burst after burst of freshness. Introducing Sunlight with luxurious oud fragrance.
Times 10. Get a Glow SIM today and enjoy 1,000 Naira sign-on bonus for voice and data. All new and existing Glow subscribers also get 10 times the value of their every recharge, plus up to double their data recharge as bonus. All Glow subscribers also get up to free 20,000 Naira bonus for voice and data.
That's so they will kill you like that. What my eye for? It was not my former. Abuja is site engineer. Rufus. Rufus. Exactly. Rufus College. Yeah. That day, I was in my office. I'm telling to some of my banker people that came. That was how. You see, it is just a little mix. I am sure that we can rectify this.
Okay, sir. Yeah, this is the file from the record we have. Yes.
Oh.
And I think you may let's take a look at this particular.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is what I'm talking about. It is here. Look at it. Okay. It's there in black and white. Otumba does not default. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Gary.
It's okay. We actually realize we are wrong.
Thank you.
But Otuba, I'll take this to our head office.
Okay.
But perhaps can you make a photocopy of this?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Make a
Alright, sir.
and send one to me.
Alright.
So I can send you this.
Alright, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
And while you are please getting some.
No, Otuba. I'm okay. I'm okay. I should.
Even water. I insist. I have to get you something.
But you're generous. Thank you very much.
No. You have to. Hey, Robert. What?
It's okay, Otuba.
Water.
I'll go.
Get him water.
Thank you.
Bottled water.
Thank you, Otuba. You know, in Nigeria now we need to take water alone.
It's true. Or do you want
No, Otuba. I'll pass on this. I really appreciate it.
All right.
You are just generous.
You are correct. You know, in Nigeria we need to take water. The doctor said take 8 cups of water a day.
You're right.
And I said that is abroad.
In fact, that is abroad.
Yeah, in Nigeria. You need to take up to 24
cups. You don't mind to get dehydrated almost all the time.
You are correct.
Thank you very much, Otuba.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. That's wonderful.
Yes, Otuba.
Hey, what did they happen for Tumba's site? Mahabat, we can go back to check what they happen. This is not possible. Nothing go come. Nothing can happen. No, nothing at all can happen for this side today. Hey, see police people. Eh? Why then come time for orange ribbon for this? Now decoration, now decoration then they do. I'll be waiting. But when nobody did decide to, everybody don't stop work. I don't see a Tumbas no know this song. Make I quickly call. Since in the Thai people rope they carry enter inside motor. Marvelous. Hello, Tumbas.
Hello, no. This one that you are calling me, I hope everything is okay.
Otumba, you see that question? Now me get up. Now you supposed answer me, Otumba.
Meaning what? I don't understand you.
Otumba's waiting up on your side. No work today. Oh. Business now. So I drive. Don't pass your. I dey see orange rope like this or ribbon. We didn't tie for there like say they want to party.
My sight. Police with ribbon. But I just passed there this afternoon and one was going on.
Worse and east. No be the same thing. Now inside east na dey now. Oh yes. And now waiting at the tip my koro and I tell you.
Okay, you know what? I don't understand what is going on. Stay right there. I'm coming to meet you. Show up.
Okay, no problem. I no go come out. Oh yes, I no go come out. I go wait for you.
I'm coming to meet you. What kind of thing?
Okay, I'll wait.
Ribbon and police on my site. Do they know who I am?
Hey, no work again today because there's no way everywhere come be like this. In fact, look at all this guy first. Look at all this guy. Wait, look at back and wait before I over.
My name is Chief. Femi Fernandez. Fernandez. By the grace of God, through the executive governor of the state. Yes, very good state. It's very good state. Which of the station is it? The police station. The police station. Yeah. The DPO. Your DPO is my friend. Yes. No problem. Let us go. All right. Yeah. Let us go. And you bring your guy. Okay, so go with us. Are you following us? But you want to arrest me? You know what I'm my friend, go and I will call Chief to let you know that I don't come for you. Me? Oh, don't buy from me. No, it's all right. What kind of police?
You're a disgrace to your community, to the nation. How can a young man like you indulge such a wicked act? An engineer, a qualified engineer, a fact engineer, very not trust we are given such position, and all he could do is to divert the fight for kidnapping. You wicked soul. If not for, we'll still not do that call, it's not what to do with you. Imagine. Yes, how do you?
Otumba! You are not happy with your this man here is my engineer. And if you is a qualified building engineer, God, in fact, is the chief CEO of Ebu Construction. It should not be here. It should not be here. Yes.
Otumba, you have forgotten the police system.
We know.
And we have our ear on the ground and our nose on the air. After investigation, we take action. And that's what we have done here. So we are all good.
That is very good. I don't understand it too.
October, we have come to realize the dehumanizing activities going on in Nigeria on their side. I remember you reported to us some time ago. October, this man sitting here. Rufus! Rufus! Answer me! Who will check you? Talk to me! Tell them what you've been doing. Rufus, let him tell you what you've been doing. Rufus! You're not speaking. Talk to me. Rufus! Officer! Research is brave. Right. Don't walk. I gave you any opportunity. Not talking. Well, let me tell you, this young man here is a kingpin of the greatest kidnappers in this town. No, kingpin. Kingpin, how? He cannot be involved anymore. That means that what they are saying is wrong. Otumba. In every construction work involved in, part of the sites is used as a hideout. October, last time we put it to us, you know that there's something happening in that site, and somebody must be here.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Lives are in your hands while you try. Protect yourself and others on the road. road matters from the network service of the NTA.
Hello, I am Rebecca Semle. I'm a makeup artist and I also tie daily. Welcome to Do It Yourself. Today, I will show you how to tie your headgear. As you can see, I'm holding two different head scarves and it's a form of a cap. So, in order to make this look fanciful for an event, you will first of all wear doubling. So you first of all put the first one in, then you put the second one top of the first one. You use the edge of the scarf to twist around. Then turn around. And pop the edge inside. And this is your double roll hairstyle.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Literature is a means of exploring what it means to be human, a form of communicating with others about a huge range of ideas and concerns. Simply put, literature helps us to understand people, cultures, societies, events, and many more. This is African Literature on the NTA, the largest television network in Africa. Nena Basi is my name. Stay with us on this edition. Today, we will examine comedy as a means of entertainment and conscientization.
Comedy opens doors to complex issues, persuades emotionally, encourages oneness, and erodes social barriers. The effect of one comedy piece can be magnified infinitely, increasing its ability to reach both target audience and decision makers who are able to directly impact the issues. Comedy breaks taboos and holds those in power to account. It possesses the power to change or reform society by means of humor. Grip Am, a comical play by Olaotimi, offers a vivid account of contemporary Nigeria enmeshed in socio-economic disequilibrium. The disparity between the rich and poor is so much that the devastating effects of poverty in the lives of the poor has rendered them virtually subhuman.
It's a very, very funny play with a very, very funny, interesting story. Everybody wants to hear about a husband and a wife, especially a nagging wife, a very cantankerous woman, quarrelsome, very troublesome. Everybody wants to listen to such stories. Everybody would be interested in finding out how the man survives. Because I always tell my wife, and I will say it because funny enough, I'm also in the marriage ministry. His Bible says that it is better to live at the corner of your roof than to live with a nagging woman. Furthermore, down the line, I think it's still in Proverbs, it says better to live in the wilderness. That is, when that roof is still close to the woman. That is there, self, it go nag you, you go come down from that roof. You go down a colo. You know. So for up on that roof again, it is better for you to pack your load and live in the wilderness than to live with a nagging woman. This woman, Aso, is your wife. I don't know how the man lived with her, but it's a typical example of the love that God showed us to me. So to me, all those themes are they are bringing up their heads. It may not be the main theme, but they are there. So it talks about the husband and the wife. That is mainly the play, Grip Am. It talks about Aso, the wife, Ishe, the husband, who are living in an agrarian community where farmers live. Obviously, those kind of houses where they are mainly farmers, village, where they are mainly farmers. And of course, he had the opportunity to plant an orange tree in front of his house. Children will not allow it to rest. I've experienced that until we had to cut down the mango tree in front of my father's house. That is before you wake up, they wake up before you. They attack the mango tree. So that is a typical example of what Ishe himself was going through. So in his house, the wife would not allow him breathe. Ishe has a wife who does not have value for him. First talk that somebody tried to ask Aso about the husband, she described him, say, that Chris man, the first word, the first word, somebody at the neighbor asked her, how Oga, that Chris man, that is the first word she used to describe her husband. So she even appeared in the play first. She was living her life. And then a neighbor came by and was saying, how Oga, is that crazy man? That is the first word. You know, people, they say you are people who defines a man. How a character is defined in literature is what people say about that character, what you say about yourself, and what the character does. I'm talking about character portraiture in literature. So it's how we know a character in literature. That's where I'm going, exactly. So from here, if your wife defines you or describes you as a Chris man, your own don't finish. But we got to find out as the play unfolds that Ishe is not that kind of person, but the Chris person really is Aso.
Most of the characters in the text are type characters representing everyday man in the society.
So Ishe to me is somebody who's determined. Is a very, very straight character. People who live life and they make decisions and they live with it. People who believe in themselves. They are resilient in life. They are not deterred by whatever condition. They have told themselves that they want to fend for themselves regardless of the situation in life. And so to me, that is a type character. And then Asha, of course, Asha herself, she is also a type character. Some wives are just that rude. They have total disregard for their husband. They don't place any value on their husband. So they are able to insult their husband. The Bible says women should submit. I want to say that. Even in our culture. It's why we could say the woman is in the other room. That's what the president said. Do you understand? But when you understand marriage, it's a two-way street. What I mean a two-way street is because it's a give and take. The husband and the wife, they complement each other. That is our understanding. So there must be love. But submission is even two ways. But because somebody must lead, that's why the husband is in charge. Do you understand? So, but here, Aso didn't allow Ishe to lead this home. So she was quarrelsome, abusive. She had total disregard for him, abused him every minute. Never meant well, because they removed her from the wife of a cook in Victoria Island to become the wife of a farmer. She didn't like it, and so she's expressing her bitterness in every way she knew her, even wishing for her husband to die. So there are a lot of women are like that. They just want enjoyment, and you won't blame her. Every woman wants to live in that enjoyment side of life. So every woman, to me, that's a type too. They don't like any kind of suffering. And so Temedo is a neighbor, typical of all neighbors, and Oye, an elderly man, is also a neighbor too. They just come in so that it can be correct. They are not, no man is an island. You must live with people, so you have neighbors to live with. Of course, Oro, the landlord, is typical. I think I want to look at Oro as the representative of the government. The political angle to this place is represented in Oro.
The purpose of comedy includes entertainment, therapeutic, social mobilization, education, among others.
Comedy talks about anything and everything under the sun, because he's trying to show society the right way to live. That's what the comedian does, whether a writer or a player, that is an actor, trying to show society the right way to live. That's why the correct people, they talk about whatever you have done. So if you don't want to be caught, like I said somewhere, you don't want to become a pawn in the chessboard of a comedian, stay straight, be straightforward, be steadfast, be upright. That way you won't be caught napping. That way you won't be angry when they mention a senator. You know, at one point, Alibaba mentioned, they say they used to say Alibaba and the 40 thieves. No, it's the senators and how many thieves in their Senate. You know, those things, they are deliberate, but such small statement carries a lot of weight, a lot of message in that particular statement. So it helps society to correct itself. It shows society the right way to live. So that is a social function. And then finally, I want to stop with that in talking about function. It is only in comedy, during the comic or comedy events, that you can laugh and learn, even if surreptitiously. The laughter that is going on, a comedian is the person that can hit at you strongly and then come and say, boy, na joke at the joke, sir. Na joke at you, hope you know the verse, but he has passed the message.
Olarotimi couched this comedy in beautiful pidgin English.
This language is pure pidgin English, but I love the style. He was able to speak both Warri standard pidgin English, Lagos standard pidgin English. He just went around Hausa. You see a taint of Hausa pidgin English, Warri pidgin English, and even the pidgin English spoken in Lagos. So I think this is very versatile. That is, it can only be an Olarotimi that's able to do that. And it was beautiful. Anybody from any part of the country that reads it will be able to understand. That is beautifully. Whereas some Warri boys will speak pidgin English. My sister, they go sell you. You go find your leg, you know, go see them. Because the codedness of the language, you know, is if you're not from Warri, they sell you. So the language here is essentially just brilliant. It's pidgin English. He stayed there and used it effectively. One would have thought that he would have introduced Yoruba along the line. No, which I've seen in so many comic plays by a Yoruba writer. Or rather, he's just out there free, fluent in the pidgin English. He did not speak Yoruba. He did not speak Igbo. He did not speak. This is not Wazobia. Yeah. This is pure pidgin English. And he did the work. He succeeded in making us laugh from the beginning of the play to the end. This is one play I would recommend for performance. Don't just read it. Please watch it. That is when you'll be able to get the essence.
Themes highlighted in the play includes poverty, struggle for survival, self-reliance, corruption, marriage, and love, and many more.
The struggle for survival is also part of the theme. Resilience in the part of Ishe, you see, and then determination to survive, self-reliance. Of course, we talked about corruption. And then there's also very, very clear the marriage and love. I think it is key. Marriage and love is also part of the themes that we saw in that place, you know. And then belief in oneself, in your personal abilities, without doubting. That is when you can achieve. because these are the themes that I saw that I could bring out from this play, and they are very, very key, still relevant today. I think they are all universal, especially in today's Nigeria. The play is about 2-3 decades old, but till date, the topics dealt with are very relevant. They are very, very relevant, and that will want to move me to. I was trying to talk about the political connotations, and we talked about the hard life, the difficulty. Life continues to remain difficult until we decide as Nigerians to take the bull by the horn. Self-reliance, of course, you can have your quali. I'm not saying certificate is not good, but certificate does a lot of good lately. A lot of people with certificates, you hear with a PhD becoming a driver somewhere. Why? It shouldn't be so. But that's the society we found ourselves in. So we're trying to say, I don't want to put one ahead of the other. Alongside your certificate, have your certificate. What can you do? I always want to encourage anybody to learn a trade that you are comfortable with.
Olarotimi is considered one of Africa's best literary writers.
Olarotimi is one of my favorite writers because I love The Gods Are Not to Blame. I think he's the one that wrote Kurumi also. Those plays are, to me, classic. A classic presentation of what tragic pieces should be like. And so you see that I think he's an all-rounder. He excelled in writing tragic plays, and here is Gripam, which is also a very, very excellent production or piece of what comedy should look like. The essence of comedy is laughter. And the tragic pieces are well handled. If you read through them, you know that this is something that has been done by a guru, somebody who has experienced, very versatile. And so I think it's one of the best that Nigeria has produced, and I want to say that he continues to rest in perfect peace.
Indeed, Olarotimi is one of the best literary writers Africa has produced. Art's composition comes up next.
Born deep into the 60s in the ancient city of Benin in Edo State, Agoma Awaritoma hails from Delta State, Nigeria. He grew up in a police barracks with lots of exciting experiences. He attended Gari School, primary and secondary school in Benin City. Had his bachelor degree in English language at the Benjel State University in Ekpoma, now Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma. He also bagged a master's degree in theatre arts from the University of Abuja and a PhD in theatre arts from the same university. Agoma discovered very early that making people happy was a special gift. He is also endowed with innate acting skills. He won the Best Actor Award in 1990 in the Department of English and Literature in Bentiu. He is a prolific artist and writer, the author of a collection of poems, plays, and books on comedy. A seasoned and experienced stand-up comedian and master of ceremony, rated one of the best entertainment presenter on television in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. He is the founder of Basic Theatre for Community Outreach, a marriage ministry he runs with his beautiful wife. He started the first children education theatre in FCT and the creator of Laughter on the Loose, the very first monthly stand-up comedy event in the whole of Nigeria. He is the initiator of the Nigerian Laughter Awards, an award ceremony that recognizes and appreciates genuine nation builders. Some of his works include Stand-up Comedy in Nigeria, Memories of a Fish and Other Poems, Nigerian Jokes and the Analysis, One Day in the Market and Other Poems, Short Plays for the Stage,
As soap is to the body, Stories, laughter to the soul. Let's look at this word, humor.
The term humor derives from the humor medicine of the ancient Greeks, which taught that the balance of fluids in the human body, known as humors, control human health and emotion. Humor has been present in different culture and civilization. Clearly, it is a point of view in which the events of the world could be viewed in a funny way, yet without masking the expression of the truth inherent in them. Thus, things seen or viewed through the prism of humor seem different from things seen through the prism of seriousness. Humor is a literary tool that makes audiences laugh or that intends to induce amusement or laughter. It is a quality of being funny. Humor, which is often in the form of laughter, is weaved in between stories by some writers, making their stories comical and ridiculous in one aspect, yet serious with vital and crucial subject matter on the other. It entails the quality of a story, action, or performance to elicit amusement and laughter. The use of humor has become an important technique and style of writing worthy of serious discourse. Humor can also be part of the key ingredients harnessed by the writer to tell his story in peculiar ways and achieve a desired pattern of structure and plot of the story. Humor is one of the distinct elements of literature. In the same vein, the phenomenon of humor is widely used in literature. It is applicable to all the genres of literature in the sense that it can be used in drama as in comedy and even in novels. Types of humor. Observation humor. This type of humor is mostly used by stand-up comedians. They use stories from their own lives and draw out the humor in the situation, which most people find funny. Appellative humor. This involves telling jokes about things that everyone might find funny. The goal here is to use humor to bring people together to find the humor in everyday life. If you are fond of jokes about animals or everyday occurrences, then you are using affiliative humor. Situational humor. A situation can be downright hilarious when it is described properly. The situation, whether real or imaginary, is just funny. Physical humor. This style of humor involves physicality. It can be everything from clowns to mimes to funny facial expression and to someone falling over. Surprise. One type of humor used in literature is surprise. This type of humor can be something as simple as a ridiculous sight like a pig stuck in a submarine, or it can be based on a surprise in the situation. Importance of humor. Humor is an effective tool manipulated by some writers to heighten the mood of their stories and at the same time make a lasting and permanent impression of the thematic issues in the work. Humor satirizes, entertains, delights, but above all achieves the desired comic relief needed for smooth reading and assimilation of the message of any given work of art. Therefore, the effective manipulation of this technique could increase the beauty and touch of excellence in any given work of art. It has a way of appealing to the reader and helping to sink deep the message of the work into the depth of the reader's mind. Humor also provides a backbone for telling a good story. The use of humor has become an important technique and style of writing worthy of serious discourse.
Comedy, humor, and everything that lightens our mood is what we need to remain stable as a world. A wise saying from our fathers will be let out to you in a short while. But before then, I'll enjoin you to remain focused and pursue your dream till you see them come alive. Take care till we see you next week.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done. When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students.
Decorating cake it's an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic.
Join us on Baker's World every Thursday on the network service of the NTA. Baker's World, celebrating creativity. Don't miss it.
Aba, the commercial capital of Abia State, well known as the Enyimba City, is a little but mighty city where anything and about everything is possible. With a population of over 2 million people residents and thousands of daily visitors, the city is said to be in a hurry almost round the clock. The bulk of the commercial activities therein is centered on creative entrepreneurial skills in diverse forms, from the metal fabrications to leather works of shoes and bags. Have you heard of Made in Aba shoes? They are a sight to behold. The creative beauty put into it with what you may describe as a seamless effort. But that is only for the experts, as I tried to produce a pair, but failed woefully. Now we know that it is easier said than done for the novice. How then do these experts get the job done?
The Aba people, God gave us special strength. No matter any quantity you will order now, we will make sure that will satisfy our customers.
Who really are their target buyers?
Nigerians are not patronizing our product. Instead of them patronizing what we are producing, Cameroonians, Togo, Ivory Coast, Abidjan, all these African sub-Saharan countries, they are the people that are coming in here to buy our product because they know the value.
Is this business really profitable?
There's money here. There's money here. There is money. If the government can help us to move forward, we will turn the economy of this country round. We will not be mentioning anything like joblessness again. All these young school leavers who don't have jobs, you see many of them here. They will be flowing, and we'll be training them because the skill God gave it to us.
One thing that stands out are the labels on the products. All are foreign. I wondered why.
Whenever they come to know that you are the one that produced this one, sometimes they would not like to buy it. They prefer the ones they don't know. the person that work it than the one they know the person that worked it.
The Aba shoes seem to be high in demand, especially within the west coast of Africa. What stands it out?
We are using two kinds of leathers. One is animal skin and a synthetic. It's Nigerian leather. Outside the country prefer this leather to those of their own leathers. As our women, they will tell you that is what we are hearing today. They are now preferring made in Aba to made in China because of its quality today.
Given the fact that this little town known as the Japan of Africa can well produce footwears for the entire Nigeria and beyond, what then is stalling the effort?
Shoe manufacturing is something that needs brain work. They should first of all talk about an environment, a place that is made, that is cited for leather and the garments. Provide us, if not another thing, let there be electricity, let there be empowerment.
They don't have the equipment. We are working too much with hand. So we are stressing ourselves.
Not long ago, the state government took a giant stride to build on the people's efforts. Some of the designers were sent to China to learn and acquire more skills and finesse in this area. What has been the effect on their productivity?
I improved in my production. People that have been buying my products before I went to China and now, I think they can see the difference. There's a whole lot of difference in my production. It has improved the finishing, everything, the packaging is just superb right now.
Now, that is the language our youths should be speaking. Whatever it is what, we must look inward if we must develop our great nation Nigeria, starting from the Japan of Africa, Aba.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello fam, good to have you join us on the show as always. It's been an eventful week and there's a lot to talk about. Miller?
Yep, from the nightclub brawl and shooting scandal involving the self-styled African giant Burna Boy to one slang you may have heard trending, hashtag we know they give she, which is from an awesome collaboration by some Nigerian celebrated artists.
A truly awesome number, and there are a whole lot other songs and yet more jingles and skits being created by artists. Entertainers who are usually considered apolitical are now marrying entertainment with politics.
And it's all for a good cause. And they are making Nigerians laugh a lot too in the process while driving home the message. Okay, maybe we should do a montage, of some of the offerings of Nigerian creatives in this political season?
Yeah, most definitely. As the months go by and as the political events unfold, it gets much more exciting. So yes, let's do that. And we will be venturing into the gaming world. And guess the focus? Virtual reality. It is truly surreal.
Oh yeah, okay. There's also an augmented reality. Perhaps we will feature that in the near future. In the meantime, just stay with us for the pori of entertainment stories lined up on the show.
I like the way you said pori. Welcome to Click Lights on the Nigerian Television Authority, Africa's largest television network. I am Ekemini Williams.
And I am Butu Miller.
And the concentration is more on female. So you need to be outstanding. You need to be extraordinary.
E-News coming up. What's that?
Down to you. Love what I can take.
Nollywood celebrity Omotola Jalade Kende shared this post on her Instagram page days ago with a caption that reads, "Don't give unclear signals, especially to pilots." While this post comes off as a simple life lesson to her followers about being more distinct with your purpose, it may also be a cryptic message to someone who may be meddling inappropriately with her hubby, Captain Ekende, who is a well-known pilot in Nigeria.
They thought it was cool, probably thought it was cool. When we would break all the rules, let's skip them classes in school. Look at the teacher, them teaching.
There is a popular saying that one mistake can ruin many good deeds. Could this be the case with Nigeria's Afrobeat music superstar Burna Boy, who has reportedly been invited for police interrogation over the alleged shooting of revelers at a nightclub in Lagos by police escorts assigned to him? Social media users claiming to have witnessed the incident have given various versions to the story. While some say Burna Boy on the said night was allegedly making advances at a lady in the club, but when her husband tried to stop him, he got ruffled and shot by Burna Boy's security detail. Some others say the lady went to take a selfie with Burna Boy in the club, which resulted in her jealous husband being rough-handled in the process of protesting her action. While this incident is still under investigation, social media users have tongue-lashed Burna Boy for perhaps being two-faced, singing about social injustice on one hand, yet guilty of the same crime. After a few days, the self-acclaimed African giant broke the silence with a tweet that said, "Nigerian social media can say Burna Boy started Boko Haram in no good shape."
If I enter your motor, I will make you go down. I'm falling.
That's it on Entertainment News. Do follow us on all our social media platforms.
So literally, what the video is trying to imply is this guy is stranded on an island.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get help.
Yes.
And he sees an helicopter, but he sends the wrong message by saying hello.
Yeah, mistakenly
saying hello.
And what the pilot read is him saying, "Oh, hello, not help."
And his facial expression, and everything. But will he get it if I'm doing it that way?
Well, honestly, because it could be misinterpreted, because a lot of people love to see pilots power bikers, sports car riders. So normally the people behind the wheels would always feel like, okay, people are admiring us, except you expressly make them understand that I need help.
Yeah, and that comes to the part where, when you're trying to send a message to someone, you try to send that message properly. If not, the person might read the message in another way. So you need to be cautious. They may long
But whatever the message it is that Omotala Jalade Kende is trying to send, she is the only one that knows better what she's trying to say, because it depends on the perspective you look at it.
Yeah.
The number 9 to me could be the number 6 to you.
Quite imagine.
And trust me, it's quite cool. But that is only if you can keep your cool. That's for real. And you know what? I'm speaking out of experience. I have run into posts by game houses on Instagram with this kind of enthralling adverts. I usually dismiss them as being overly dramatic. On a Saturday afternoon, I decided to give it a shot by visiting one of such game houses. And oh, I got my own shocker. Virtual reality, Google tells me it is a computer-generated environment with scenes and objects that appear to be real, making the user feel they are immersed in their surroundings. This environment is perceived through a device known as a virtual reality headset or helmet. Now, that is where the theory ends. My real-life experience pretty sums up what you go through when you don this headgear to get what is virtually an out-of-the-world experience. The 3D headset is a ticket to another world. But the choice of the experience you get is strictly in your hands. So you can understand why I got rather affected and became a bit animated. In this computer-generated world, I was immersed in a world of huge spiders and zombies, a scary experience. My spontaneous reactions excited the onlookers, and they decided to pay for tickets to experience same.
Turn around, everywhere.
Welcome to the evolving world of virtual reality games.
Yes, it takes 2 seconds to reload. So if you reload,
Virtual reality is surreal and the future. And as it continues to evolve, social entrepreneurs such as King Emmanuel Abba, who started running this game house roughly 3 years back, have taken a stake with an eye on the future.
Right now, it hasn't even still picked up the way, because we are in a developing country, third world country, you get? Out there in developed countries, first world countries and all that, you know how Mark Zuckerberg is pumping billions of dollars into this Oculus project. Oculus was he pumped last year. He said he set aside $10 billion just to grow the business and all that. If somebody is willing to take that kind of risk, you can know he has projected the future of it and know that this is going to blow up like iPhone, it's going to blow up like every other technology that is in vogue right now. So, and for virtual reality, it's not just about the gaming, so to speak. We have kind of virtual tour that people do, 360-degree virtual tour. You can walk through the streets of New York without actually being there. We have in our applications, you just download the clip itself and then you move through the city. These videos are online. There are some that are free, there are some that are purchased. Also in medical lines now, you can, instead of having live cadaver before you for medical students now, they now have virtual cadavers where you can perform your operation instead of doing all these minimizing mistakes that will happen with real subjects and all that.
There are not many of these game centers in the FCT, but I got to visit another one. This time, however, I chose not to play, but to watch others play. And now I got to feel how enthralling it could be just to sit back and watch others scream and go through what virtual reality does to you.
I think I might be interested in virtual reality tour, where I can go to a country that I've never been, in the comfort of my zone, and just get to know what to expect when I go there.
You can say that again, Mila. I can imagine doing a virtual tour, but I hope I can do some shopping. How disappointing it to be after shopping and I'm like, where's that shoe? I can't find it. Anyway, from the imaginative world to real life in the fashion world, where you do also need some imagination. By the way, you have heard it said often that what you wear says a lot about you.
Of course, you got to look suave, especially today, when class and style makes a huge impact and difference. Some fashion designers taken this further and gave it a physical expression at the first edition of the Abuja Fashion Paparazzi Award. When fashion trendsetters and beauty queens assemble, be sure to experience panache in all its splendor. This could well describe the ambience at the first edition of the Abuja Fashion Paparazzi Award. The event created an avenue to highlight and celebrate different fashion designers in Abuja to the world. Fashion enthusiasts and people from all walks of life are here. They say such platform encourages youth to delve into entrepreneurship.
And so when you find a platform like this that takes the youth away from the streets and from negative thinking, it's something that we must encourage.
Our youths are really up to something. They are not relaxing, waiting for white-collar jobs. They are coming out with initiatives and trying to empower themselves entrepreneurially and even in showcasing their talents and abilities.
The organizer of the Abuja Fashion Paparazzi Award, Quinette Ennis, says the idea of the event is to promote, elevate, and celebrate fashion designers in Abuja and across the nation.
I took it upon myself to come up with this idea to create room for other designers like me to come out and showcase their beautiful designs and get more contacts and go to the world to explore.
What is an event without music? Well, this of course was not short of supply. With such an allure of sound, different fashion brands, clothing lines, and designers were introduced with eclectic rhythm of beats. The models of tomorrow were not left out of the runway.
Growing up as a child, I've always loved fashion and I just loved sewing, I loved creativity, and then I got to realize that fashion is me.
This Nigeria, you need to work different work. You cannot just focus on one particular work to make up to the standard of Nigeria. So that I went into fashions.
The runway holds an attraction and it could all seem rosy. Until I spoke with some of the models. They shared their experiences with pockets of challenges, especially for the male.
It's really been a journey on its own. And I've really gone, at least I wouldn't say I've achieved my dreams. I'm yet to get to where I want to be.
There are many models, and the concentration is more on female. So you need to be outstanding. You need to be extraordinary. You need to do something out of the box to attract people to be interested in you.
For every hard work, there is a moment of glory. And so, the time of reckoning came to decide who the queen of Abuja Fashion Paparazzi Award is.
Honored. I feel great. I feel all the good things because it's an honor wearing this crown. It's not easy wearing a face brand. I've always wanted to be a fashion queen, and yes, it's like a dream come true wearing a face of an entire brand.
So, to those aspiring to be future beauty queens or fashion designers, keep grinding because your time might be sooner than you think.
Quite interesting and colorful. But why would they name it paparazzi?
You know, the whole concept about the whole paparazzi thing was, the glam of the fashion, the clothing line, the significant difference that the fashion clothing line has from other ones. Paparazzi, getting the attraction, being on the limelight and everything. And because of pictures, that you take when you wear those pictures, it actually brings out not just the beauty of the clothes, but the beauty in you.
Apart from the designs and the material, another thing that we should also, try to highlight is selling it, and that's another aspect of fashion, the fashion industry, fashion photography, and even our models. I think we also need to do, some more with models and all of that. But it doesn't take away the fact that Nigeria's fashion industry is one of the creative sector's biggest contributor to Nigeria's GDP. The fashion industry is actually recording more wins, with more Nigerian designers gaining international limelight. And there's huge potential there.
Yeah, very true, AK. Now they say, give honor to whom it's due. This is what played out at the gathering in honor of a man adept at managing and disseminating information. Comptroller of Correctional Service, Francis Enobore, who bowed out of active service after 7 years as a public relations officer of the Nigerian Correctional Service. Correspondent Victor Azu was there to capture the key moments.
An evening of warmth and respite for a remarkable man. After spending more than 30 years in service, 7 of it answering tough questions as National Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Francis Enobore bows out at the mandatory age of 60, surrounded by family, friends and colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In uniform, on the job, Francis is smart and suave. Off the job, he is obeying. Now he has the opportunity to hear it firsthand from all those positively impacted by his work.
Today I can stand before a million crowd to speak without blinking. Today I can go anywhere to stand high and represent the Nigerian Correctional Service, all because of you. Thank you for impacting that on us. We are so proud of you. So the Command Public Relations Officers has deemed it fit to give you a token. We know it's not enough, but out of love, we ask that you please accept this from us. Thank you so much, sir.
He is a humble person. He is somebody that you can knock on his door anytime, on any information.
He's been a wonderful man and he's so good to work with.
He's been fatherly, outstandingly friendly. When he works in a group, his contribution is second to none. And I tell you the truth, he's never intimidated by anything. He's someone that should not be exited and forgotten in the system. He has a lot more to contribute, and I wish him well.
His colleagues at the Nigerian Correctional Service think he leaves behind shoes too big to fill, so much so that his successor may have to come in his own shoes.
We have watched him with keen interest, we have learned from him, and I'm sure that we will try our best to fit into that shoe he has left behind.
He always meant well for the country and for the service, and he always tried to encourage people, groom people, to make sure that there is continuity in the system.
His value to us is inestimable. Francis is somebody that we don't know how we can do without him, but you know there's always a way out.
Some say journalists are difficult to deal with, but not the man of the moment. Francis tells of how he was able to navigate a seemingly difficult schedule through the years and come out of it a favorite.
For the average journalist, what they need is accurate information, time, given at the right time where the information is needed. We work together as partners in progress, because from day one, I made them to understand that Nigerian Correctional Service is an organization that belongs to everybody. It belongs to the entire society. We needed to come together to co-own the institution.
The last public relations officer of the Nigerian Prison Service and first of the Nigerian Correctional Service era, Francis Usagede Enobore, was appointed public relations officer in 2014, an office he held until his retirement in May 2022. He holds a master's degree in criminology. A member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, MNIPR, he is also a member of the National Institute, MNI.
One of the hardest things to say is goodbye, especially after getting used to a set of people for a long time. But the saying is, you bow out when the ovation is louder.
Yes, indeed. We wish Francis Enobore a fun-filled retirement. And that's a cue for us to say our goodbyes. Meanwhile, Mila, what are you doing this evening?
Sleeping.
You said something about going for a rock festival, but whatever. Okay, that's it on this week's episode of the program.
Keep watching us on the same channel, same station, same time. I am Butur Miller.
And I'm Kemini Williams. Salute.
I left them post on my card, so you can see there was a turning point. There is no method or diagram. Shape, you know where I was coming from. Now look at me, I'm going far. They don't know when I run fast. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. Now look at me, I'm going far. They don't know when I run fast. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. What you work with me, what you work. 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 What if you need a real care? You pop when you go over for. Now everybody get your own story. Them ask of me, go talk story. They say who be that boy? You get to show, you get him out voice. Now God, you do, I'm no be man war. And I
Leather industry in Kano is as old as the beginning of the Hausa civilization. Spanning over 1,000 of years, the industry supplied leather materials to the hinterland and also served as a major trade link between Kano and other parts of the world through transparent trade. It flourished for many years and served as an essential economic mainstay of the Hausa land. In Kano today, few tanneries struggle to operate at a capacity quite inadequate to feed the local leather industries. And this has no doubt stunted their growth, not only in Kano, but other parts of Nigeria. This is Majema local leather industry or traditional leather industry in Kofar Wambai area of the city of Kano. This place is believed to have existed for over 90 years. It is indeed a haven for different categories of people, irrespective of their ages. We
grew up into the business of tanning, which we inherited from our forefathers. I think this place is over 80 years. And for how long have you been into this trade? I've been into this trade for approximately 50 years.
As you can see, all activities to do with leather processing is being carried out here.
I happen to see myself in this trade. My parents and their parents were also in the occupation. At least I have spent over 15 years working here. I tanned a specific leather called tundra, a skin of python, just like this one. I also operate on skin of crocodile and goats, among many others.
In spite of the serious decline in its operations and profitability across the value chain, some business people in Kano still see prospect in leather business and are determined to stay in it.
So now we increase the capacity in 15,000 a day, we make it as 30,000 pieces. That's our capacity for right now. But we have the plan to increase more, to make it like 50 to 60,000 pieces a day.
When we receive the raw skins, we are going to grade the skins by size. After that, we are going to trim. We want to make the skin to be shaped from the starting stage itself. From there, we will take the skin to the process so that the bacteria will put some chemicals to avoid the bacteria so the skins will not spoil.
One cannot overemphasize the value this industry adds to the economy, and it is worrisome that this once highly prosperous industry be allowed to decay.
Well, you can see how many people you employ here. Before, some people here is not more than 200 people are working in this place. Now we have more than 500 people, and we want to increase our capacity. We need more people again.
For the leather industry to thrive, government must invest substantially in the local content and re-emphasize on policies that encourage all players in the industry.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The youth is often regarded as the strength of any population or nation. This is evident in the physical and mental might of young persons, either for social, economic, or political needs. Nigeria in the past and present has records of harnessing these strengths to some extent to the benefit of the nation. Some persons may, however, argue on the adequacy of leveraging on the country's youth population, put at about 50% of the nation's total population, for development. On this edition of Deadline 360, we will attempt an assessment of youth participation in Nigerian politics and the hope they may inspire for the forthcoming 2023 general elections. I am Omotola Omojola. Thanks for joining us. Lynn Leneke opens this all-important edition with history and helps us to understand how young Nigerians in the past collaborated to achieve an independent Nigeria and how military incursions created a gap in political mentorship.
Nigeria's political stage in the post-independence era was largely dominated by vibrant and progressively minded young Nigerians whose goal was political emancipation, heralding economic growth and development of the nation.
Before 1960, when Nigeria became a republic, all through to 1963, you have the names like Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Awolowo. All these people were below the age of 40. And this was the era we had what thorough and good governance was about. You talk about the Cocoa House in Ibadan and so many other projects that were, creative projects done by the youth. And these are people that were well read.
One of the leaders of Nigeria, General Yakubu Gowon, was in his early 30s in the military era, while Dimeji Bankole, a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, was at that time in his late 30s when he, among others, offered to serve the country. A number of elected officials since the return to civil rule in 1999 who belong to the age brackets considered to be useful has been relatively low.
Our place is not that place of hoodlums that fight on behalf of politicians. No, we can also take the lead. More so, as young people, we better understand the challenges of this country. We understand the trend. We know the issues at hand. We have the solution. Some of them require technology, innovation, and what have you. And all of this sits with us. All these skills sit with young people.
Political parties will nominate candidates that are competent, that are capable, and that have character. And when you have outcomes that don't enjoy the popular will of the people, it can undermine people's participation.
Political analysts say the military era also did a disservice to the country, as the period recorded some anomalies, including the recycling of persons who occupy more positions at different times and pushing the young people to the back seat in governance. That trend has continued to deprive the youths of this country the rights to fully participate in politics and governance. A few of them who find themselves in the corridors of power barely serve in key positions. This percentage is rather very low considering the population of the country.
Nigeria on the march again.
The 2023 elections is supposed to provide another opportunity for young Nigerians to be fully involved in governance and contribute their quota to national development. But respondents say youths are not being carried along.
The percentage is low because the two major parties in Nigeria have so monetized the participation that the youths cannot find their feet.
It's all about money and godfatherism in this country. If you don't have the money, they don't believe you should be there.
It is hoped that every Nigerian will be given equal rights and privileges to contribute meaningfully to the growth and development of the nation through the election processes come February 2023. In Lagos, Lynn Leneke.
History serves as a precedent to give direction in the present or for the future. And Muhammad Garba Ta'ala does a lot of this in our next feature as he brings forward reasons for more youth to step up in Nigeria's politics.
The Nigerian political space in recent times somehow witnessed a boom, seeing the breed of professionals, businessmen, and even youths aspiring for elective positions.
The past bear evidence of attempts by younger generation. In those days, youths were active in the nation's electoral processes. Youthful politicians who were professionals drawn from various fields of endeavors such as architecture, law, education, agriculture, medicine, security, and other sectors.
Before the independence that we refer to as the pre-independence period, we saw a myriad of youths coming up. These are people who had opportunities of education at the time. Majority traveled abroad, probably stowaway or sponsored by the parents, and then they came back to say, this time around we need to ensure that we have our independence as a people. So it will only take people who are youths, the age group between, say, 25 and 35, were those that took up the gauntlet to fight for Nigeria's independence. We can talk about late Aminu Kano. We can talk about late Papa Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We can talk about late Chief Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Michael Nahoro, and a host of others.
For youthful politicians, however, they have not been visible in the past elections, but these days there is renewed momentum to bring youths to the center stage.
The underlying stimulus in electoral processes changed over time as bigwigs used youths as cannon fodder for electoral violence. The narrative seems to be changing, with youths seeking more active roles in governance.
One thing you need to know, if you don't take part in politics, non-entity will rule over you. And by the time non-entity take over, your life, your everything, the policy will affect your living. So, because still, people still have this mindset that politics is dirty. Politics is not dirty. It depends how do you want to play it.
It is imperative for whoever that assumes leadership in every strata of Nigeria's governance to carry everybody along. It is high time that we know that this country is for each and every one of us.
On the whole, the state of affairs and the economic situation, experts say, has forced youths to beam their searchlights on the top tables rather than under the table.
Instead of them to be using as toggery, political rascality, snatching of boxes, why can't we do it ourselves? And we continue to be working for the political elite while our time is going. These are also one major that now motivated you to say, look, no, we are no longer to be used as before. The level of education they have acquired, some of it, both economic power, then they now decided that, look, it is time for them to move into politics.
In the eye of the public, the entry of military administration in the polity hindered youth involvement in governance until the return of democracy, which paved the way, hence the appearance of more youthful politicians in the current dispensation.
Unlike during military regime, youth were not even given that opportunity to participate in politics. It was clear. It was full of being a kind of a dictatorship, kind of a game of politics. But now, with the democracy, we engage ourselves now.
Talking about becoming some of the main actors in Nigeria's politics, experts say youths have to step up to be counted and help bring the desired development, deepen democracy towards having more inclusive political system in the country. I am Garba Natala reporting for Dateline 360.
The Not Too Young to Run Act is a legal framework that removed barriers to leadership aspiration of young persons for elective positions in Nigeria. As this legislative milestone altered for good the quest for youth active participation in politics, Dayo Gushola has an answer.
From the State Assembly to the National Assembly, the passage of Not Too Young to Run Bill, which was signed into law in 2018 by President Muhammadu Buhari, has come with noticeable impacts, going by the increased number of youths in politics across the nation.
26-year-old Rukaya Shitu is one of the many young Nigerians who have taken proactive politics in the recent time, standing on the provisions of the Not Too Young to Run Act. The enabling environment provided by the legal framework is a motivating factor.
It is only when we realize that we should do less of all of this talking. Join pro-democracy group. Join pro-democracy group. Then you will learn this is how to do it, this is what to do, and how to go about politics in Nigeria.
It has afforded the youth opportunity, to participate, to contribute meaningfully towards the development of Nigerian nation. And if you could recollect, most of the countries that have arrived today, they were able to do so because of the involvement of youth.
The Act, among other things, relaxed stringent provisions of 4 sections in the 1999 Constitution by reducing age qualifications. The effect is an increased number of young Nigerians in the National Assembly, culminating into the formation of Young Parliamentarians Forum in the 9th Assembly.
Before now, for you to contest for House of Reps, you must be 35. And more so, there was a general perception that when you talk about National Assembly offices, that you're talking about the old conservative people, that you shouldn't have progressive minds and all that. I mean, but look at what we have in this current 9th Assembly. Let me shock you by telling you this. In the 10th Assembly, you'll be surprised that you have 3 times the number of young persons you have in the parliament here, in House of Representatives.
We are not living in an island. In some other countries, particularly in the Nordic countries, you've seen very young people who have become either prime ministers or president. So we will get there. What's important is to continue to build, deepen and broaden our democratic practice.
Notwithstanding these benefits, there are more grants to be covered.
The major challenges why the young people have not actively done well since after the passage of this bill has to do with what? 1, money, and then 2, the power of godfatherism. The elders in these parties want to dictate whatever is going to happen.
Given the enhanced participation of youths in politics, as shown by the outcome of 2019 general elections, the big question is, could this success be sustained and improved upon in 2023 general elections? Time, the arbiter of effect, stands to tell. Dayo Gunshola for Deadline 360.
Indeed, peaceful and credible elections are essential ingredients to achieving a thriving democracy. But when elections are marred by violence seen to be perpetuated by the youthful population, it calls for concern. Next, Bright Ebucho looks at youth as tools of violence, an expert opinion to ending the trend.
Youth are no doubt seen as the future of tomorrow, going by recent events where they have become active in championing the cause of change. It becomes worrisome as some have yielded themselves to engage in electoral violence, irrespective of its implication on the security, peace and unity of the country.
The process of electing leaders is often plagued by challenges ranging from suppression and harassment to outright violence. These acts, which most of the time are attributed to the political class, have continued to deny citizens of their rights and freedom to participate in governance in a way that benefits them and the society, directly or through chosen representatives. Although past events have shown that youths often come in handy, as they are mostly used to perpetuate these acts of violence, some political analysts in Owerri are of the view that the ugly trend has lingered for too long, largely because they have constantly made themselves available for electoral violence for obvious reasons.
People are scared of violence, and that is why some of the best brain, even among the youth, would not be able to come out, because most decent people also, coincidentally, are not violent people and will always run away from violence. So what they have done is that they have succeeded in scaring those who even have the mental capacity to govern properly.
The Coalition Observer Group, in its final report released on the 2019 general election, estimated that over 626 persons were killed across Nigeria in the 6 months between the start of the election campaign and the commencement of the general and supplementary elections. The group said the number increased compared to the 106 killed in 2015 general elections.
The youth feel that their hope is becoming hopeless and decided to react to it. As a result, they become willing tools in the hands of politicians. When politicians now approach them, because of lack of some of these things, they quickly followed politicians to do their biddings, for that little token they are being given. And that is it. And we are saying that is bad.
I advise all parties to remove thuggery, to embrace the youth in a more positive way.
Some youth in Owerri believe that if factors such as education, employment and poverty among other things are addressed, the problem will reduce drastically.
I would not want to do that because I'm sensitive enough. Luckily, I'm sensitive enough to know the consequences both in the long run and the most remote run.
Giving consequences to those who are caught in this act will make so many youths disengage from indulging in electoral violence.
A member of the clergy, Bishop Stanford Nwogu, says the narrative can change if all stakeholders decide to make necessary input.
Those who read should be punished, and then also those who give money and those they give the money should be arrested and punished.
It is indeed worrisome to note that the processes of electing political leaders have constantly witnessed thuggery, rigging and vote buying among other things, which have necessitated recent innovations by the Independent National Electoral Commission to bring sanity to the system.
As the 2023 elections draw closer, stakeholders are urging the youth to say no to any attempt at using them for political thuggery or other forms of violence, as this will ensure the achievement of a free, fair and credible elections. Bright Ebochu for Dateline 360.
The future of youth in active political participation can only be achieved when young Nigerians decide to take the front role in leadership and shun violence. There is the Not Too Young to Run law that provides a base for youth in Nigeria to realize their political ambitions, given the population and their role as catalysts for social change and good governance. So, how have the young ones fared in the series of elections held, including the last party primaries? Charles Alpha evaluates their participation and how they are galvanizing themselves ahead of 2023.
Young men and women in Nigeria form majority of the voting population in elections. Reports say that those between the age of 18 and 35 make up 51.1% of voters. INEC says there is a whooping surge of 78.7% of youths registered in the continuous voters registration exercise. Youth's involvement in the election process is essentially fundamental, and being part of the formulation of today and future politics cannot be taken lying down. In their own rights, the youth, fueled by the Not Too Young to Run bill, have thrived because of political fathers, money politics, or shared luck. Some have scaled through elections, while those without such resources and backing suffered loss at the polls. Recent developments in Nigeria have also shown a kind of patriarchal system whereby some sons and daughters of prominent politicians won the primaries at both state and national levels.
The process as it is now does not create any space for the youth to participate. If you look at the primaries, both APC and PDP, they have muzzled out the youths. The Kogi State Governor, Yaya Bello, Wajoba, and the rest.
Though these developments have not encouraged the youths to take their rightful place in the polity, yet the youth believe they need to do more to break through these existing political strongholds to realize their political dreams.
First of all, if you think about this system of delegates and what you give to delegates before they can vote for you, you know how many years you take a delegate, a youth to acquire that kind of wealth?
The kind of politics I've been doing, politics that borders on background age, politics of ethnicity, politics of parochialism, it has continued to diminish our polity. And that is where we are getting it wrong.
The thing was made open. Some youth participated. You saw it on Tuesday. They participated. Even one or two youth had to also step down for one or two persons. So I don't think there's anything excluding the youth from participation in electioneering. Nothing. Even APC also had to reduce the cost for the form for the youth at a certain age. We reduced it. Even women, it was like free.
While groups are galvanizing greater youth involvement in 2023, they are encouraged to use their numbers to form vibrant political parties and be actively engaged.
I just hope that we'll come over or grow over money politics. As soon as that is done, any youth from any part of the country, extreme north, extreme east, extreme west, can contest, and it will be based on your individual perspective, your individual credibility, what you have achieved in the past and what you have to offer. That's when I think the youth can voluntarily, on their own, not having a godfather, come out to participate in Nigerian politics.
Analysts advise participation and inclusion of youth in new and emerging democracy in Nigeria as fundamental in achieving a stable and viral Nigeria.
The 2023 general elections is as important as the previous elections, and the best way we all can make a statement is to empower ourselves with the PVC to enable us vote and be a part of the process as the true stakeholders that we are. I am Omotola Omojola. Thanks for spending the last half hour with us. God bless you and bless Nigeria.
Aquaculture is a world emergent industry and one of the fastest growing food production subsector in the world. And due to the apparently declining global fish catch, aquaculture is crucial for food security and nutrition for a rapidly growing global population in the nearest future. Approximately 200 million people around the world are involved in fishing and aquaculture, one way or the other, with efforts to provide around 100 million tons of fish every year. This will mean an average consumption of 16 kilos per person, but in many places where fish is the principal source of animal protein, average consumption is far higher. Much of the bountiful harvest is produced not just by large industrial operators, but by local small and medium-scale producers. And do you know that half the fish supplied to world markets come from developing countries? In Africa, Latin America, and Asia, Africa is blessed with abundant resources, human and natural, that are only now being properly tapped and harnessed. The success story of aquaculture abound in Nigeria, Ghana, and Malawi. And we bring the focus of the world onto glaring cases in Nigeria, which is the Ijebu fish farm village in Ijebu Ode, which rears the African catfish.
There is no end to knowledge, and the industry too, there is still room for them to learn more. So mountain training and training and retraining is also a key to enhance productivity.
Irewe Farms has gained international recognition from bodies like FAO of the United Nations, DFID, JICA, UNDP.
On our own part is to source for more funds for them, because really speaking, there is no way you can really grow well in this kind of business without adequacy of resources. Without borrowing, without getting some loans, there is a limit on the growth. With 4,937 pounds, if they have 2 billion access to 2 billion naira, that may not be even enough as working capital in a year.
We're one of the founders of who started aquaculture in Ghana, Crystal Lake, in collaboration with Water Research Institute. We had to do a trial to assess whether the local species could grow competitively in Ghana. And so this was partly funded by Danida. So we did that and we established that the local species could grow competitively in Ghana. This is, of course, and taking into consideration how much tilapia is being sold in Ghana. So it proved that aquaculture could be viable in Ghana.
What we are giving out today, because previously, like I told you, you harvest your fish at the end of 6 months, and you may ask yourself, are they be hatched in the cage? But now, farmers who are the customers tells you, look, Mr. Limo, your products are good, your fingerlings are very good. Where is the source? And we tell them the source. And I'm happy because it's a win-win situation. You grow, I grow. So whenever I get the feedback from the customer, it makes me happy. And also, we try to do extension services. All our customers that we supply, we make sure every month we go and check their body weight, help them to calculate the biomass, and advise them on what feed change, what you have to do, what you don't have to do. And I think it's helping the industry a lot.
I started, hatching and selling fingerlings. I started with the 3,000, but right now I am selling 4 million fingerlings and 2,000 fry. I went to Nigeria last year. I learned, wow, that was a shock to me because when I saw the extent and the progress that our fellow Nigerians are doing, when I came back, I said, that is a revolution. The catfish industry in Nigeria is a revolution that is required here in Malawi.
As the global demand increases and more opportunities are created, better and improved nutrition for children with dietary requirements met by the consumption of fish. New job opportunities like feed processing, fish fingerlings, construction of net, and other fish farming related activities to drastically and effectively reduce poverty and also feed growing population.
Of all our enterprise development programs, of all of them, agriculture is number one that has helped so many people out of poverty. Just nobody wants to die inside poverty. Able to tell them, look, there is a way out of this poverty, and they are ready to. And when you get to the side, you now see people who are nowhere before, and today they own houses, they own cars, they have their children in good schools, they can eat well and all that.
My name is Sunday Oyo. The business is okay because for what we are doing, I had a wife and 4 kids, and I'm living well with my kid with the business because what we are making by a week is okay for me and my family.
The success recorded in the recent past years, which is already attracting investors, more national and international investors are invited to come and invest and partake of the riches of investing in aquaculture.
Hello again, here's an update of the news. I'm Dennis Adegunloye. The Supreme Court has struck out the suit challenging the constitutionality of Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act of 2022. In a unanimous judgment, the 7-man panel of justices led by Justice Mohammed Musa Dattijo averred that, having participated in the process of enactment of the Electoral Act, President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami cannot invoke any court process against the Act. The judgments prepared and read by Justice Emmanuel Agim struck out the matter for lack of jurisdiction. The 7-man panel of justices also said the suit was an abuse of court process. In the suit, President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice are the plaintiffs, while the National Assembly, Rivers State Government and Rivers State House of Assembly are the defendants. The Nigerian Bar Association is an amicus curiae in the suit. The United Kingdom Magistrates Court has denied bail to former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu and his wife Beatrice over an alleged conspiracy of child trafficking and organ harvesting. The accused, who appeared before the courts on Thursday, 23rd of June, were charged with conspiracy to arrange and facilitate travel of another person, in this case a minor, with a view to exploitation for organ harvesting. The alleged charges of conspiracy to traffic a child to the UK in order to harvest organs followed an investigation by the London Metropolitan Police Special Crime Team. The Met confirmed that the child in question is, however, now safe. The case has been adjourned to July 7th, while Ekweremadu and his wife have been remanded in custody. And the 29 young men kidnapped along Sokoto-Gusau Road barely 2 weeks ago have regained freedom. It will be recalled that the young men, mostly traders who deal in smartphones at Gusau Popular Market, were kidnapped by suspected terrorists near Turita town along the Sokoto-Zamfara boundary on Saturday 11th June 2022, while on their way back home after attending a wedding ceremony in Sokoto. Details of how the victims regained freedom are, however, sketchy, as at the time of the filing of this report. That's an update of the news. We'll have more news for you at 1 p.m. Thanks for staying.
This is the network service of the NTA.
There is a wind of change blowing across the totality of Nigerian sports. I can feel it in the air. The Honorable Minister for Sports, Chief Sunday Dare, has intervened in the matter of the NFF. And we think there's a solution in sight. We think so. He has also intervened in the matter and crisis in the Nigeria Basketball Federation, withdrawing Nigeria's former withdrawal from international basketball competitions. And this morning, some unsung and forgotten heroes of Nigerian sports were honored in a most spectacular fashion at an event called the Festac of Sports. These are the items on our menu this Thursday night on the Sports Parliament, coming to you live from the studios of Africa's largest television network and, of course, from the Eagle 7 Sports Radio. I am Shegun Odegbami, Speaker of the Sports Parliament. Sitting with me in Parliament tonight are, from his home in Lagos, Dr. Kweku Tando. We have missed you. Kweku, how are you tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Nice to be here again. I'm sure we'll have a great show tonight.
And from his base, either in Abuja or Jos, will tell us which now. Abdurrahman Ibn Mohammed. Abdurrahman, good evening.
Great to be on set again, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking from Jos, and it's my pleasure to be back on set. Like Dr. Tando said, I do believe that we're going to have a great show tonight.
And here with me in the studio is the troublesome one, the Maverick. we have this ritual we do after every show here, so the man doesn't miss coming to join me in the studio. Onono Brute.
Thank you very much for having me, Mr. Speaker. Good to be on set tonight.
And of course, we have two incredible guests in the studio. To my immediate left, I'll be introducing him better in the show, but a true legend of sports, one of the greatest athletes that ever lived, one of the true legends of American track and field athletics. Olympic gold and bronze medalist in 1968. He's a humanitarian. He's a civil society activist. He's a sports consultant, sports marketer extraordinaire. So many tags go with him, and I'm talking about Mr. Ron Freeman. Ron, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Very good.
That's great.
And one of us who went to the United States and excelled, a former athlete, Nigerian champion. Did you go to the Olympics?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't go. I was wondering. Sule Ali, who has been doing marvelous things in sports, both administratively and in packaging sport. He has a great program he wants to do to honor one of the greatest coaches Nigeria ever had. In fact, probably the one that has contributed the most, Lee Evans. He's organizing a program for him. But Sule Ali is here with us all the way from his base in Alabama in the United States of America.
Thank you.
Is it Alabama?
I'm from Mississippi.
Mississippi. Mississippi. So don't go away. It's going to be an incredible package tonight. Join us after the break.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, the Sports Parliament. Revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, which is governed to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Welcome back. This is the Sports Parliament coming to you live from the studios of NTA. Once again, I love to say it. 60 million viewers, the largest television network in Africa. Let's start with the NFF. We're going to be very, very brief because we have a lot to cover tonight. And I'm coming straight to the Maverick himself. The minister met with some stakeholders. After the meeting, they decided that they were going to withdraw the case in court, and as a result, some sections of the Constitution will be amended, and once those ones are amended, it will admit additional stakeholders into the elective Congress, and there may be peace. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, those are points we've been seeking the minister's intervention for the last few weeks, and I think with this pointers there will be peace, and all parties involved will move on to the main issue, which is the elections for September. It's glowing to note that the minister decided to take the bull by the horn in ensuring that the stakeholders and all those who've been clamoring for these changes in getting more people involved in the way Nigerian football is run has finally come to bear. So it's a good one that Mr. Minister has taken it up squarely, and that this is going to happen. So very good one for Nigerian football.
Abdurrahman Ibn Mohammed, the minister has also intervened in the crisis in the Nigeria Basketball Federation. I just heard this evening, I don't know if it's true, that the presidency has withdrawn their withdrawal from international basketball competitions and recognized one of the factions. How true is it, and what are your thoughts on this?
Well, for a fact, the permanent secretary in that ministry did address members of the press earlier today, rescinding the earlier decision he personally announced on behalf of the federal government, withdrawing Nigeria from international basketball participation over the next 2 years. And that decision, the permanent secretary did say at that time, was hinged on the fact that there was confusion in the administration of the game. There was this concern amongst stakeholders, and therefore they want to put the record straight, make the administration and of the game, synchronize it before Nigeria will be able to go back. Quite a number of people, including yours truly, didn't think that was the right way to go, because the matter was that there were two contending factions, each claiming to be the original right holders, and we had thought that instead of the players, that everybody is clamoring to be championing their cause, instead of the players being the victims, as that earlier decision portended, the two factions ought to have been the ones to bear the brunt of the ministry's powers. But the advice that was given to the minister, we don't know from where. But one point that my good friend Alhaji Abayola, who is the chief of staff to the minister, has made, is that that decision was not cast in iron, meaning that there was a window. And apparently that window has been kept ajar, and the ministry haven't had from various quarters, various appeals, and strikingly, a letter from one of the factional leaders, supposed factional leaders, Musa Kida, was written to the minister, I think on the 17th of this month, apologizing for bringing the ministry and the nation into some sort of embarrassment because of the chaotic nature of the elections and so on and so forth. The Kida faction, apologized, and the ministry unanimously, toed the line and sought the permission of Mr. President to rescind that decision based on the fact that Musa Kida had promised that all those anomalies will be straightened out, and everybody was going to work for the progress of the game in Nigeria. Glory be to Nigeria. That's the way it should be. If the ministry saw that there was an error in something, it has been corrected. Now it's the hope on everybody to come together so that Nigeria is bigger than each and every one of us, so that progress will be made of Nigeria.
Fantastic. Dr. Kwekutando, you are part and parcel of preparations for the Commonwealth and the World Athletics Championship in Benin. And I hear there's a lot of good news from that place. Tell us about it.
Yes, the World Athletics Championship will be taking place in Oregon from the 15th of July. And thereafter, the Commonwealth Games will be taking place in Birmingham, I think from the 21st of July as well. So the trials taking place in Benin, being hosted by the state government, is to select the athletes that will represent Nigeria at these two events. And the very interesting thing about it is it's coming at a time when we have quite a number of excellent young athletes coming through. 100 meters, men and women. We have also many of them in the field events this time. And the excitement in Benin is growing. I just left Benin this evening. We have athletes like Tobi Amushon, 110 meters, 100 meters hurdles. She just set an African record last week, 12.41 seconds. She's in town already. Ese Blume, the bronze medalist at the last Olympics, she's around. People Fili is around as well. People Ashe is around, and the young guy, I think Eduardo Umesoruke. Right now, he's the world under 20 fastest in the world in the under 20 and the 200 meters with 20.08 seconds. He's around as well, and quite a number of them. So it's exciting that we're going to have a good team in athletics. For the first time, we have 4 Nigerian male athletes that have run 10.03, 10.04 seconds, 4 of them. Akintobi, Beboashe, Raymond, Alpakere, and then one other person. In the women's also we have Grace, we have Favor Ophelia, we have, I'm trying to remember the name of the other, there are about 4 of them as well. So we have strong athletes who have been doing very well, and it's exciting that they're peaking at the right time. The World Championship will be taking place in about 3 weeks' time. We have Ruth to follow as well, the SCAA long jump and triple jump champion. She's also in town. And of course, she'll be giving Esegrume some competition in the long jump. So Benin is quite excited. All the big weeks in the AFN are already there. And the athletes are there warming up, preparations are gearing up. And I believe that with this team, we should expect some good results in the World Championships and especially at the Commonwealth Games.
Fantastic. We pray that this wind of change will actually blow away all crises and will blow in a lot of goodwill and good results for Nigerian sports. So all roads lead to Benin now. But aside from that, the NTA came this morning and covered an event that is truly historic in a lot of ways. I think we have a small package for you to introduce us into what truly is an amazing development in Nigerian sports. Sit back and enjoy this package by the NTA.
Despite concerted efforts by the largest gathering of the Black race, with countries under the auspices of the Festival of Arts and Culture, FESTAC, years ago, the Black race is still undergoing developmental processes towards becoming the best. This is the focus of the second colloquium of the Sports Diplomacy Desk of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Lagos, tagged FESTAC of Sports. Former captain of Nigeria's Green Eagles, Segun Odegbami, sets the tone for the conversation.
Sport has succeeded where every other thing has failed. Why don't we bring in sport so that we use the power of sport to drive the power of art and culture to assemble the Black race? If we make that tripartite arrangement between the 3 major weapons, we believe that the Black race will come together.
The special guest of honor, Allen Onyema, represented at the conversation, sees sports and appreciation of sports icons as a springboard to emancipate the Black race from all our challenges.
Those Nigerian sportsmen and women deserve to be remembered for their sacrifices on this occasion. They deserve to be honored and immortalized.
The views of former Minister of External Affairs, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, among other scholars, were not different from these.
You know the way Nigerians feel when we are playing football, don't you? And when we win, and we forget our differences. Why can't we use sports to build on Black solidarity in the world?
Sports is about shared prosperity, for
capacity to take the Black race to the promised land.
That was just an introduction. The part that fascinated me the most was the speech by Nena Onyema, the director of Airpeace, and daughter of our great Nigerian patriot, Mr. Allen Onyema. And that speech is something that would continue to resonate in my mind forever. I listened to Ron Freeman describe that speech this evening. Maybe we should start from there. In a sentence or two, the speech given by that lady, what did you think? Or should we play the speech again so you can now...
I think everybody should hear that speech.
Okay, let everybody sit back. Is the speech ready? If it is ready, then just play that speech for us. If it is ready.
My name is Nena Onyema, and I will be representing my father, Mr. Allen Onyema, who is unavoidably absent from this August occasion. He sends his deepest regrets, and he promises to be a part of subsequent events. Some 3 or 4 decades ago, precisely in 1977, the Black race gathered in Nigeria to celebrate Black arts and culture. an event that was named the Black Festival of Arts and Culture, popularly called Festac 77. Festac reawakened Black consciousness. Festac was the greatest and largest assembly of the Black race in history. The theme of today's event is Festac 77, Festac of Sports. Here, the spirit of Festac is reawakened in sports to unify and create a new consciousness where respect for all civilizations are promoted. Sports has become a veritable tool not only for national peace, unity and cohesion, but also a powerful tool for international relations and diplomacy. For us Africans and Black people of all nations, we must begin to be deliberate in the use of sports for the total emancipation of the Black race from the debilitating clutches of our past. Our recognition of the powerful and eminent place of sports in international diplomacy was evident in the history last-minute boycott of the 1976 Montreal Olympics Games in Canada by Nigerian and some other African countries in protest against the world's indifference to the atrocities of the apartheid government in South Africa. Such patriotic acts and others helped in no small measure to eventually and ultimately bring down the apartheid regime in that country. We cannot adequately promote Festac of sports without, in one way or the other, recognizing and honoring our sports heroes of the past and those who have made such huge sacrifices through sports for the good of Africa and for the Black race in general. Nigeria led that boycott days after the athletes arrived in Nigeria. The athletes happily left Canada as a mark of solidarity with oppressed Black peoples of the South African nations. For us in Nigeria, those Nigerian sportsmen and women deserve to be remembered for their sacrifices on this occasion. They deserve to be honored and immortalized. To this, therefore, Airpeace Limited shall sponsor the building of a wall of fame where their names of our past heroes of the 1976 Montreal Olympic Games and those of others who have won laurels for our nation, beginning with the then Green Eagles, our national football team that won African Cup of Nations for Nigeria for the first time in our history, those that won sporting laurels in various sporting events like the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, and subsequent African Cup of Nations are to be included in this wall of fame. For the 1980 national football team referred to above, Airpeace shall sponsor an event where they will be celebrated and honored. The surviving members of the team are hereby made special ambassadors of Airpeace and are entitled for the rest of their lives to fly on Airpeace free of charge 6 times in every year from domestic destinations and once a year to any foreign destination of their choice that Airpeace flies to. On the night of celebrations in their honor, Airpeace shall equally give out financial rewards to all members of that team, including the heirs or spouses of the deceased ones amongst them. We do this in recognition of the powerful tool that football has become in promoting unity, peace, and harmony in our nation. We equally recognize that such minor gestures will go a long way to encourage our youth to have faith in our nation, besides encouraging broad nationalism as against ethnic and religious nationalism with its attendant consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel highly privileged to be here, to be given this special opportunity to honor, on behalf of my father, in our little way, the heroes of Nigeria's unity. God bless my fatherland, Nigeria. God bless Africa. God bless the Black race, and God bless entire humanity. Thank you.
I doff my hat for Mr. Allen Onyema, and Ron took the words out of my mouth before we left home to come here. Right? No, you say what
lot of things were not said about those who took part in that boycott of the Montreal Olympics. I can imagine what the pain would be that you qualify for such a global tournament, and the morning of the event you're told that you're not going to participate because of another country who you're not even famed on the world stage. And like Bros said, that we had athletes for the first time who were willing to rival the Americans. And I remember one show we had here where we spoke glowingly about Mr. Hiswele, if that's his name, the
Charlton. Yeah.
Charlton. I think he's the is it the long jumper or triple jump?
And Obisi Anwankpa was at his
best at that time. Okay. So I for one, from the little experience I had, I can imagine the impact of that boycott and what the sacrifices that those people made. It's quite emotional, especially for the families of those who've departed to the great beyond, to hear what Alan's daughter said there. Looking forward to the event they will have where they will get some Malaika to help the ministry move to permanent site. I think that that is very key for such gesture from Alan. I want to say kudos to him. He's done a lot for Nigerian sports, which I've benefited from personally. I just want to commend him because, like Ron said, hearing such things, when people pass on 40 years ago, or when events happened 40 years ago, and I look at your team of 1980, and that nothing unique is really anywhere for anyone to go look at. We've discussed several things like that on this show that we don't have anywhere where we could take our children to. For example, my first daughter that plays football, there's nowhere I can take her to and say, look at Big Sheikh's name in this place, this is what they did, this is what they didn't do. There's nowhere like that. So for him to have come out with that concept, I am very, very proud of what he's done, and I want to really, really commend all those who took that great move in 1976, especially those who are no more with us. No, not you. I talk with those who are not with us.
I'm reminding you that I'm here. I'm here.
That they are, like Dr. Tando said, that their efforts will not go in vain. I will really commend them, and all of you, as well yourself, Mr. Speaker, that God will, keep sending help your way till the day He calls you guys home.
Amen. Amen. This is the sports parliament. It's a mood of celebration.
Yeah. When is Malachi? Your mood will change.
It's not Malachi. It's recognition.
Okay.
I experienced something close to this when we failed at the semi-finals of the 1977 Cup Winners' Cup against Rangers. We failed. Rangers defeated us by penalty kicks.
No team, 3SC.
Rangers, yeah. Shooting Stars, not 3SC.
Okay.
Shooting Stars.
You played Shooting Stars, not 3SC.
Yeah, Shooting Stars.
Forgive me.
Rangers defeated us at the semi-final stage. And when we got to Ibadan, the governor actually gave each one of us a brand new car for failing.
Wow.
He just felt that the performance was so good that it was deserving of a car each. That was in 1977.
Not that they had bought the cars and then they went to gifts, but
no.
Wow.
No, he gave us those cars. So this one now is even
Where's
bigger.
that your car now, Mr. Speaker?
It's bigger and it's grander.
Mr. Speaker,
we'll be going on a short break. I will show you the keys when we come back. We're going on a short break. When we come back, Yomi Opakule and Waideko will be joining us. They came late. They are late comers. Join us after the break.
There's a start.
Archbishop of basketball, go! He hung on that net like a stork up a tray. NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, Star Sat on Channel 434, and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
This is the sports parliament. Ron, this is truly your first visit to Nigeria. You visited a long time ago, Abuja, but this is your first real visit to Nigeria, and you came for the Festac of Sport.
Yes, I did.
A legend coming into this country for the first time. Give us your feel, your take on the Festac of Sport and your experiences so far in Nigeria.
Well, first of all, second, yes, this is the first time, but just as important, I'm coming home. You know, yes, I have African blood, Nigerian blood running through my veins. It's been proven in my family also. So to step on the ground here was a heartfelt moment. Now, the other thing is Festa 77. Oh my goodness, I've been thinking about that for months now and researching it. And that is going to be a fantastic event. If it's held here or wherever it's held, but hopefully it could be held here. You know, why? What's the difference? It's the sports aspect of it. Because sports are going to bring people together, going to develop relationships. People are going to be high-fiving, and they're going to love each other, and they're going to love Nigeria, particularly Lagos. So again, my experience here, from the time I hit the airport to come here, I was talking about Festa 77 to Nigerians, and everybody said, is it going to come back? Is it going to come back? And so I'm just glad that I could be involved with that conversation. Just the conversation has me excited, and I look forward to continuing that conversation because it's something that's going to put Nigeria again at another level. Who knows? They might have the wall up by the beginning of Festa 77. Thanks.
It won't be Festac 77 anymore. It will be Festac 20
right.
something.
27,
the Festac of Sport.
Right.
Yes. Sule Ali, you came for a very interesting project. Tell us about it.
Yes. A great coach, which an icon of the same team in 1968, sacrificed so much for Nigeria. And he died and requested to be buried in Nigeria. His contribution to track and field, most especially, which is I'm a track and field person and a historian of track and field, and more so a student of the 68 Olympic. I read so much about these guys. And when he passed away, I came for the funeral. And
you didn't mention his name.
Coach Lee Edward Evans, the greatest 400-meter runner in the world, held a record for 2 decades. Yes, that's the person I am here to represent, to make sure that he is memorialized in Nigeria and bringing attention to the world about his contribution to sports development in Nigeria. Yes, we are proposing a future international event in memory of Lee Evans. That's the conversation I came here for, and I'm here to try to market this idea to anybody that will be interested in promoting this idea. We've already sowed the seed in the United States. So we are here in Nigeria to make sure the Nigerians are aware of this new move to try to develop youth. Now that all the athletes will be concentrated on 13 to 17-year-old to try to create or develop more Lee Evans and the likes of Ron Freeman, the work ethics to try to bring athletics to the forefront of the world.
Well, Lee was a part of us on the Sports Parliament. If there's nothing I would remember Lee for, when you go to where we're going to go to after the show, you will see Lee straight back there. Lee, when Lee eats catfish pepper soup, the catfish they regret. Can you rest in peace?
We don't want you to hold us back. We still have some ways to go. So let me start with Waheed Ekun. Your immediate thoughts on everything that you have heard, very quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been right away since the beginning of the show, but that's not withstanding. We have to thank the guys that came from America to to remember the Evans. Evans was a great guy. He helped Nigerian sports. He was at FIFA at a different time, and he did wonders for Nigerian sports. So it is what we are doing, that we want to recognize the Evans and want to put competition in solo. So thank you very much, and I'm sure Nigerian sportsmen and Nigerian sportsmen they appreciate you, and we have some sports philanthropists who will join you into achieving that. And thank you very much. I want to talk about the Onyema, yes, for his contribution to the development of sports. Thank you very much for even going backward to as far back as 1976 to call to actually recommend the athletes for awards now. So we thank you very much, and we want to ask other notable Nigerians and philanthropists to please, emulate what he's been doing. So we thank you for it.
Yomi Opakunle, you have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm very happy today and I'm very excited. First, the minister, what he has done for the NFS and the statute that will be reviewed to involve more stakeholders thrills me to no end, and I'm really excited. The withdrawal of our participation also thrills me. Now to Mr. Allen Onyema, please. Thank you very much. I salute you, and I salute what you have been doing for Nigeria in other aspects. And for this one, I also salute you especially. But importantly, I would like perhaps that the step be taken slightly backward. Don't ask for more, since you are really hard. The 1973 football team of Nigeria, that's the very first team to conquer Africa in football for 1973 All-African Games, All-African Games. And I think what they know was then still alive with Dombraye, Kenneth Olayombo, Emmanuel Okala, quite a number of them from the game. Perhaps that will also be interesting to have them in there. Tony Mohammed still in Ghana. No, we're not for official coach for athletics. He went to school in Wasini and was doing a lot to pick young ones until he passed on. He went down to the grassroots. So a school that was not that flamboyant, but that was doing so much. That is now called Sheikh College of Football at or I don't know what they call it, but it was CIA when we were part of it at the beginning, and I'm proud that 2 of my kids passed me there, and from there went to Ife and he did great things in Ife. But importantly, he came down and he was teaching them athletics, and he was doing a lot and integrating with us. May so continue to rest in this. Similarly, please ensure that what he was doing with soccer, somebody continues to do it for his memory. Thank you for having.
Okay, so I will just run quickly through parliamentarians because we've run out of time. Really, 1 minute each. Your thoughts on the first stack of sports idea, because that's the big thing that happened today. The first stack of sports idea. Let me start with Abdurrahman Ibu Mohammed in Jos. The first stack of sports idea.
Abdurrahman, thank you for this opportunity. This is a novel idea, and I think it is a welcome idea. But it will need a lot of hard work to ensure that the right things are done, the right people are contacted, and the right sponsorships are available. But I do know that, for instance, the Nigerian Television Authority, the acting DG has given you the personal assurance that NTA is in this for the long haul. Anything that is positive concerning Nigerian sports, we will be ready, ever ready to contribute so that the name of Nigeria can be further glorified. All the other topics we have raised are positive indications that we are on the right track. If a decision is made that is not favorable, the power that they have listening ears, they are listening. And in fact, that is what has also transpired into the ministry's, the minister's directive to the NFF, because a lot of people have felt genuinely being stakeholders have felt that have been shut out of everything. And now reason is prevailing, and that is positive on the part of our sports minister. And I think I will congratulate him for being bold. Within the next 2.5 to 3 hours, those of us who have the opportunity to watch ESPN, the NBA draft is taking place tonight, and at least 2 of our compatriots are in there, and we hope they will come out with success. One of them being Ochai Badge. We pray that they will make it, and that will further enrich the sporting glory of Nigerians. That's my take.
Thank you. Well, Kweku, Tando, last words from you. 30 seconds.
Yes, the Festival of Sport, it's a good idea. It's a step in the right direction, but it will require a lot of support. It will require a lot of support from the various African states, the black race, let me just put it that way generally. It will require a lot of support from individuals and the corporate world as well, because what we will be looking about is the impact of sports in politics, the impact of sports in diplomacy. So I think it's a good start, and I would like as many of those really involved to get on board so that it can actually become an African or a black race idea.
Okay. Sule, your last thoughts before we go.
My last, I really would like to use this moment to also say that Lee Evans own more world records in various aspects of track and field. For the 400 meters, 500 meters indoors, more world records as an individual person than anybody in the world. So we could go on and on about him. But I just want to say that planting the seed in Nigeria that we want to make this a must for us to honor him in the rightful way by bringing more athletes in his memory.
Fantastic. And Ron Freeman, the great Ron Freeman. I have the greatest pleasure to be sitting next to a god of track and field.
I don't know about God.
No, a god. I said a god in quotes.
I just like to say the Wall of Fame, air transportation to athletes in Nigeria. It's going to go hand in hand with FESTAC, and that has to happen. I don't think that with the planning team that you put together, it's going to be a problem with raising the funds. I mean, Air Peace has opened that door. This TV station has opened that door.
Wow.
The things that these folks are putting their money where their mouths are. The TV station, radio station, Air Peace is just a start. So it's not going to be a problem raising the funds.
And you are a super marketer. Extraordinaire. You've done great things. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, let me say one thing.
Yeah, okay.
I have a friend and you have a friend.
Yes.
Named ID. And he's the number one.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so I let the young guys get out there now and do it. But he's on board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It will be done. We have confidence. So, Yomi Okpakule, 5 seconds.
Today has been wonderful and excited, and I think the festival of sport, and like and FESTAC of sport, like we have to with diplomacy. I think it will be wonderful. We will always consider that whatever politics will not solve, and like the late President of South Africa said, that sport can achieve it. Now it's becoming clearer than ever that it will always be achieved. We should pursue it with all vigor, and like people said, government and cultural organizations of Africa and Black descent and such other organizations, if they join this cause with all the sport family, we should be able to achieve it and to take African people to the greatest height. I believe.
Why you there?
Yes. I think that's a good idea, and I want to encourage whenever FESTAC happening anywhere in the world, teams should accompany them. Because I remember in 1977, there was ECOWAS that was staged at the same time the FESTAC was happening. That was ECOWAS. It was West African countries that follow ECOWAS, and they are pumping their teams to Nigeria, and they had the first ECOWAS championship in 1977. Getting in Lagos is great. So whenever it is happening, I think we should be having first half of sports done with it.
Thank you. Well, Kweku. Oh yeah, Kweku. You have your 1 minute now. 1 minute of fame. That's what.
Yes, I'll spend this 1 minute inviting Nigerians to Benin City to watch the athletics trials going on from Friday the 24th to Sunday the 26th of June, where the best of Nigerian athletes will be competing.
Fantastic. All roads lead to Benin.
Stadium.
Yeah. How many minutes do I have to?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. First off, I'd like to encourage Nigerians to watch our under 17 boys. They are doing wonders in Accra, Ghana. They are playing the finals against Burkina Faso tomorrow at 8 p.m. Nigerian time. To qualify for the under 17 championships, they have already qualified in Nigeria, happening next year. I encourage us to please support them. They're a great young side. A lot of them are in SS2, so for the first time we have really young children playing the under 17. I encourage us to watch them. Secondly, I like to commend and congratulate Bukola Olakpade. Tomorrow he's been conferred with the chieftaincy title in Abeokuta. Ozogula, congratulations. You grew taller. We know that you're already blessed.
I add my voice to that.
Yes, you grow taller, and God will enlarge your post. And then, most importantly, I'm a young man.
Finished.
No, one more.
Okay.
Are you rushing me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to really thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be sitting next to these two wonderful icons, Ron Freeman. I mean, we only read about these people in books. I don't even think Google has them yet, but I know Encyclopedia has them. So I really want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit on the same stage with Ron Freeman. And with that, I'll move the motion that our next meeting next Thursday will come here and we'll get greater topics to discuss and deliberate on to move Nigerian sports forward. I so move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. That's all we have for you tonight. Bye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich. Amidst the heat and dry air, the sound of drumming and singing can be heard as groups of young men watch boxers prepare for a Derby match. The crowd eagerly awaits for the match to commence as bets are being placed and money changes hands. When the fight starts, the men turn their attention to the boxers. The large crowd absorbed as slaps and punches are thrown during the round. As a fist connects with the jaw, an opponent finally falls to the ground and the crowd goes wild. While they await the start of another brutal round, much younger contestants arrive, ready themselves for match 2. Eventually, the next round begins and the boxers circle each other in a sandy ring as everyone awaits until only one is left standing.
the struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us, working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision.
Drugs and substance abuse, especially in Kaduna, has been a source of concern in the society. As a result of this ugly trend, there is increase in crime rates. This prompted government at all levels to adopt stringent measures in tackling the menace, but the problem seems to defy solution. Involvement of youths into drugs is the focus of Panorama today. I am Suleiman Rigachko. You can follow this news broadcast live on our website nta.ng/live and social media platforms displayed on the screen. The Supreme Court has struck out the suit challenging the constitutionality of Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. In a unanimous judgment, the seven-man panel of justices led by Justice Muhammad Musa Dattiju averred that having participated in the process of the enactment of the Electoral Act 2022, the plaintiffs cannot invoke any court process against the acts. The judgment, prepared and read by Justice Emmanuel Agim, struck out the matter for lack of jurisdiction. The seven-man panel of justices also pointed out that the suit is an abuse of court process. In the suit, the National Assembly, Rivers State Government, and Rivers State House of Assembly are the defendants. The Nigerian Bar Association is an amicus curiae in the suits. President Muhammadu Buhari has made a passionate appeal to Nigerians to not only be tolerant of one another, but embrace peace and harmonious coexistence. This, he said, is the only way for the country to remain on the path of sustainable future. The president stated this while speaking to newsmen after a guided tour of the Genocide Memorial in Kigali. State House correspondent Adam Sambo has the details.
It was a solemn and indeed epoch-making event as President Muhammadu Buhari performed a symbolic wreath-laying ritual at the Kigali Genocide Memorial. The visit on the margins of the ongoing Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting was to honor the victims of the 1994 Rwandan genocide. Opened in 2004 on the 10th anniversary of the genocide against the Tutsis, the memorial is the final resting place for more than 250,000 out of the 1 million victims of the genocide. President Buhari was told that for survivors, friends, and family of those killed, the memorial is a place they can call home and always come to remember their loved ones. The Nigerian leader undertook a guided tour of 3 permanent exhibitions as well as the memorial gardens, a place for quiet contemplation about the history of the genocide. During the visit, President Buhari paid tribute to the memory of the victims and prayed for healing for the survivors. NTA News sought to know from the Nigerian leader what readily comes to his mind after the tour of the Genocide Memorial.
The civil war we fought, 30 months of furious civil war, we killed about 1 million of each other, we Nigerians, we went through this terrible development process. What have we done to record our own historical antecedents? I think we should do that. The experience from 15th January 1966 to date, I went all through it. I was a governor, I was a minister, I was a head of state, I was in detention. I have come back into partisan politics and I am finishing my 2 terms as constitutionally allowed.
So what are the lessons to learn?
Being tolerant.
Before departing, the president also wrote in the visitor's book that Nigeria is strongly committed to the prevention of mass atrocity anywhere in the world and believes that perpetrators of such crimes and their enablers be held accountable. He prayed that humanity will never experience this kind of hatred, wickedness, and violence towards others because of their ethnic background, religion, and beliefs. From Kigali, Rwanda, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
India and the United Kingdom have resolved to build and reinforce existing cooperation in the highly beneficial relations between the two countries, especially in the areas of security and trade. This was when President Muhammadu Buhari engaged the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson on the margins of the 26th Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, Rwanda. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports on this and other engagements of the President.
During the high-level talks, both President Muhammadu Buhari and Prime Minister Boris Johnson harped on what they described as strong attachment and massive partnership between Nigeria and the United Kingdom, which must be deepened and expanded going forward.
An area that was also identified was in the area of clean energy. And, Mr. President talked about the Great Green Wall and the efforts that we are making in Nigeria to fight desertification and also, climate change. And the UK Prime Minister talked about some British energy companies, clean energy companies, that also want to come and invest in Nigeria. So it was really about, economic and technical cooperation.
Discussions also centered on the leader of the proscribed indigenous peoples of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, now facing trial in Nigeria.
It was in respect of, access to his lawyers, especially in private. They were not sure where, but I think maybe that somebody might have reported to them that there was some issue there, which is unknown to the authorities.
President Buhari dispelled such insinuation, saying the detained separatist leader is being given every opportunity under the law to justify all the uncomplimentary things he had been saying against Nigeria in Britain. Nnamdi Kanu, he said, jumped bail before, and there are no assurances that he won't do it again if admitted to bail. The president used the opportunity to once again reiterate his resolve to respect the maximum term limit in the Nigerian constitution. And shortly after, President Muhammadu Buhari granted audience to the Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness, where issues of common interest between Nigeria and Jamaica dominated discussions.
It was the wish of Jamaica to increase the level of economic and trade relations with Nigeria. They thanked Mr. President for the support that Nigeria has in the past been providing to Jamaica, especially with regards to oil sales at government-regulated levels.
The Commonwealth Secretary General Patricia Scotland also came calling to solicit the support of President Muhammadu Buhari's Nigeria for the renewal of our mandate for a second 2-year term in office.
She gave a sort of a scorecard of what has been delivered under her watch by the Commonwealth for Nigeria, and then also going forward, areas of focus, especially, as I said, in the area of artificial intelligence and information and communications technology.
President Buhari expressed satisfaction with the performance of the Commonwealth scribe so far and spoke of the desirability of keeping her on. From Kigali, Rwanda, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Disasters propelled by climate change occur. Women and children are said to be the most impacted. This consciousness is prompting advocacy for women inclusion in climate change, in climate action at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, Rwanda. Onengie Fineface reports.
vulnerable women and girls.
On the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, gender advocates meet to highlight the contribution of women in ensuring successful climate change resilience. Conversations promote the opinion that it is necessary to include women as vital change makers and ensure their seat at the policy and decision-making tables for climate action.
Having alternative income sources, being able to access transportation, being able to access information, having leadership positions, so they tend to have less of those, and that's why they get affected more.
There are result frameworks which are very clearly covering gender indicators right now, so that there is no proposal that goes without a gender marker which covers that. And of course, that's the bare minimum that we achieved till now.
With increasing vulnerabilities, cities, homes, and large informal communities are already feeling the harsh effects of climate change and other disaster risks.
It is time to close the gap in gender if we are to strengthen our resilience, preparedness, coping capacity, and recovery effort. Offsetting the trend is indeed possible if we are committed.
This session recommends, therefore, that all sectors of society must be united in protecting the diverse communities of the Commonwealth.
North's Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Tallinn, announces the victory of the Nigerian candidate to the UN CEDAW Committee, Esther Egobamin Michelia, during the election of new members at the 22nd meeting of state parties to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, which took place at United Nations headquarters in New York. Minister of Women Affairs says she has no doubt that Esther Egobamin Michelia will do Nigeria proud in the journey ahead. Nigeria today unveils its strategy document for accelerating human capital development. Performing the launch of the document in Abuja, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says the Nigerian government recognizes the role human capital development plays in driving sustainable economic growth, boosting productivity, and reducing poverty. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
The pride of the nation. Young Nigerians described as the most valuable assets. This underscores the call for nations to invest into their education, access to healthcare, and enhance their skill to create or seek employment, as indicated in the Human Capital Development Strategy document that has been launched. All hands must be on deck.
The most important targets and objectives, nationally and regionally, must be on the improvement of the quality of lives, living standards, and livelihoods of our people.
ECOWAS Human Capital Development Performance Analysis, which covers data up to 2020 in member states, shows a slight increase, mainly driven by an improvement in economic inclusion.
Now we have our strategy documents, but we are in a race against time. We are locked in a mortal battle with difficult local and global macroeconomic and fiscal circumstances. It is the commitment of the national and subnational leaders that will determine whether these strategy documents will gather dust or gather momentum. I think the federal government of Nigeria and the National Economic Council have started very well.
The states are indeed committed to human capital development and will continue to show that kind of commitment.
What will help us is let us use our tradition and culture to build capacity development and to do human capital development in our various needs.
Everyone has a role to play, and the nation must walk the talk, says Oba Adeye Ogunwusi, Ojajad II, who spoke on behalf of the nation's traditional rulers. Jide Onifade, NK News.
More reports ahead on Panorama after the break.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Of drugs and substance abuse, especially among youths, is defying all measures of tackling the menace and becoming a nightmare to the society. Kaduna State is among states with prevalence of illicit drugs, which heightens fear among the people and the future of those who are into drugs. Achari Maxwell looks at ongoing efforts to stem the tides of drugs in Kaduna State.
Kaduna State is among states with high consumption of illicit drugs, especially among women and youths. This is evident in the number of seizures of psychoactive substances and arrest of drug barons and dealers within the first quarter of this year. Records available shows that Kaduna Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency arrested about 300 suspected drug dealers and others suspected to have committed crimes under the influence of psychoactive substances. Out of this number, 9 are women. In the same period, the command intercepted about 2,000 kilograms of leaves suspected to be cannabis sativa, also known as Indian hemp, and 3,000 kilograms of tramadol. This development is heightening anxiety among residents like Baba Auta Ali.
That's why you see there, you see today, now then they make all this armed robber, kidnapping, now those draw, now then they push them to go and do bad thing.
It affects and disturbs their mental abilities.
This has brought to fore issues of synergy between security agencies in dealing with drugs-related crimes.
Call on everyone that as we approach the elections of 2023, that we must eschew, we must avoid drug abuse by every means. For the users, we say that you must stop drug abuse because drug abuse will only damage you and not let you have a future.
Winning this war needs public support in providing useful information to the agencies for proactive measures. In Kaduna, Achari Maxwell, NTA News.
With us to share his thoughts on this matter in our studio is the Commander, National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency, Kaduna, Umar Isa Adoro. You're most welcome to Panorama today.
Thank you, Alhaji Salisu.
Suleiman.
Alhaji Suleiman.
Thank you very much. In view of alarming rate of drugs and of course substance abuse, can paint the picture of the situation in Kaduna after the report released by your command for the first quarter. What is your take on this?
Well, it is actually alarming to like you highlighted. I will say from January to date, now we have arrested over 400 drug dealers. Out of that number, half of it we have counseled and released. Over 200 were charged to Federal High Court. And of that same number, we secured about 35 convictions. Almost 90 is still pending before the court. And there's some few cases still under investigation.
Youth involvement in drug peddling, drug abuse is at an alarming rate, and we are approaching elections. What is your take on this regarding the approach of the NDLEA to ensure that the youths are controlled?
Well, we continue to do our best. We intensified measures in area of arrest and seizures, and for future of the proceeds that comes from the drug trades. And we are doing very well. We have removed a large chunk of drugs in circulation, which is very important to the oncoming elections and to the youth. I think as of now, we have removed almost 5 tons from January to 2 tons, and then to tramadol, and then the remaining 1 ton from the...
Drugs dealers are usually one of the major culprits in this, and they are behind these problems, quite all right.
Yeah.
What are you doing in ensuring arrest and prosecution?
Yeah, we have gone a headway. We have confiscated millions worth of properties for those that are dealing in drugs, and we have over 6 million cash that we have seized in the office, and we also have closed shops and houses, over 35 shops and houses that have of those that are dealing in drugs.
All right. There is an allegation of compromise because drug dealers are usually being arrested, but few days later they are freed. Why?
This need to be, maybe people have to go a little bit inside. Like I highlighted before, there are those that you do not need to actually take them to charge them to court because they were found to be victims or users. So they are like patients that needs counseling.
All right. What are you doing on rehabilitation?
We are doing very well in the area of rehabilitation. We have a designated center that we trained, shows those that are found to be users, you train them on the dangers, show them the dangers, and then at the end of successful trainings or educations, we try to reintegrate them back to their families and the society.
Thank you very much, Musa Adaro, for coming to share your thoughts with us on Panorama today on measures taken to control drug abuse in Kaduna State.
Thank you.
I wish you more success. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ahead of next political dispensation, there is conscious effort by Coalition of Civil Society of Act Next Jigawa. Ibrahim Bello was at the unveiling ceremony and now reports.
The Next Jigawa platform is a non-governmental and non-partisan platform established to create awareness and present charter of demands by setting agenda for elected office holders in the state. The unveiling attracted representatives of the 5 emirs, the state assembly, civil society organizations, women and youth groups, political parties among other interest groups.
I will unveil this good document for the betterment of the citizens of Jigawa State and the humanity in general. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Unveiling of the Citizens' Charter of Demands represents the needs and aspirations of the citizens of Jigawa State, upon which the political office holders, or rather the candidates of all the political parties in the state, are expected to key in to align the needs of the people of Jigawa State with their party manifestos, so that when they were able to be elected, they should take into consideration all these needs of the Jigawa citizens.
With this declaration of State Charter of Demand, speakers called for support of the initiative by all stakeholders for the betterment of the state. In Dutse, Ibrahim Bello, NTA News.
Next is sports updates.
Following the vandalization of the reserve bench during the Nigerian-Ghana World Cup qualifier on March 29, 2022, the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development on Thursday in Abuja took delivery of a VIP FIFA-approved reserve bench as requested by FIFA. Permanent Secretary Abubakar Ismaila, who received the facilities, says modalities will be put in place to secure the equipment from any form of destruction.
In the course of using the reserve bench, the manual should be at hand most of the time.
They've all went through galvanization, properly protected, and it's guaranteed to last for a long time.
In Nigeria Local Football League, the league management company, LMC, may have to bring down the gavel once again on Kano pillars, judging by the development that occurred at the Sani Abacha Stadium during a match with Dakada FC. The game was disrupted and an official was allegedly attacked when Dakada FC scored an equalizer in the 92 minutes of the game. Protesting Kano Pillars officials were unhappy with the development and allegedly took the matters into their own hands. The match ended in favor of Kano Pillars by a lone goal. In basketball, the Nigerian Basketball Federation has expressed gratitude to President Muhammadu Buhari for rescinding the federal government's decision to withdraw the nation's basketball teams from international games, describing the gesture as a way of recognizing the interests of players and stakeholders. Meanwhile, World Basketball Governing Body FIBA says although the Nigerian Basketball Federation NBBF will be subjected to disciplinary sanctions for the withdrawals of the women's national basketball team, the Tigress, from the 2022 World Cup. FIBA is yet to receive any official information from NBBF. With sports updates, I am Peter Oibo.
That is Panorama today. Thank you for watching. Good afternoon.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin
labarin da ke gaban jaridar shine ta bayyana cewa
kuwa ji kan
Nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu ndekwe ido
mam iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya.
Nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
sheer adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mine. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of... Well, the coronation of the Leone is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. That's because they have a leader now. Simply put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently would be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth would be employed. Service in Holy Rosa is we are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Getso. When history opens its pages, you learn the stories of the world. You achieve enlightenment, and you learn the lessons it leaves behind. History can be about legacies. It can also be about inspiration. An appeal to generation present and incoming to advance its frontiers by doing something different that will not only allow the legacies to be lost, but also positively influence the progress of man and his planet. This is not an abstract treatise. I travel a lot across the Nigerian space, and the country opens a lot of its history pages to me, and I drink from them. The story we tell now is a classic of it, a narrative of how an interplay of man and nature evolved a culture that until now is threatened by mortality. The Federal Capital Territory is a place of mystery. It is an extensive canvas of long-standing human activity. In this place, cultures evolved. Nature concealed its wealth and reveals it at the same time. Many a times, when talking about the Federal Capital Territory, the mind immediately zips to the Federal Capital City. Yes, Abuja is always a fresh story. Yet, the settlements around it have been shown to be ancient settlements that have substance for scholars of history, archaeologists and antiquarians, those scholars who study history for its own sake. Perhaps not much of the countryside of Abuja is known, but our encounter with a small community Taruga may change the apathy of what the countryside of Abuja are and perhaps give them more thought for rapid development. Telling beautiful stories can be a pleasant engagement. I have traversed this country to bring you stories you scarcely see on TV. Scarcely do I realize that in my backyard, in Abuja here, there is a story begging to be told for years, which I have not told. Mercifully, I'm in that area now. They call it Taruga, a small community in Abuja Area Municipal Council. And you know the story there? It is the story of livelihood. It is the story of human resources. And it is also the story of the natural endowment of nature to the people. There is harmony between all this. And it has all evolved simultaneously in this small community. This is Taruga, a settlement in Abuja Area Municipal Council. It is a breeze away from the city center and apparently does not possess the necessary features that will designate it an urban center. No, Taruga is not an urban center, but it is a World Heritage Site, so designated by UNESCO because of what nature has kept there for posterity. Unlike in many areas where UNESCO designated as World Heritage Sites, Taruga will shock you with its multiple unique features that exist in a 125 hectares of land area that only exists in its natural boundary. They do not overlap to any neighborhood. As a result, there is record of Stone Age and Iron Age activity here. Mathematically, it means human activity have been taking place in Taruga for over 3,000 years. There are manifestations of those activities to this day, and is a constituent of our story. In short, Taruga is a heritage and archaeological site. For all its history, Taruga has been multicultural. People from all over the country find settlement here. Mining activities bring them. Literally and figuratively, Taruga is a gold mine.
We have so many mineral resources. We have tin, we have tantalite, we have gold, we have columbite, we have iron, we have marble, and we have granite.
All in this small community?
All we have them around.
You know why the story is beautiful? Because you are a small community you are endowed with, and your neighbors maybe they don't have that kind of thing.
In short, the good story of everything is that the mining deposit is spread across almost the whole community around Taruga. And the good part of it again, we have an iron smelting site which is dated back about 500 BC.
You mean BC?
Yeah.
There is a storyline to the evolution of Taruga as a World Heritage Site. Mining activities persist here before white men and through their time around us. At a point when the mining activity was going on, around mid-20th century, miners routinely locate human impressions in palms of terracotta. Concerned, a white miner felt the necessity to bring a professional down to undergo archaeological excavations around the area. It is the start this place needed. Scholars of African history always cherish a decolonization of the history of Africa, always giving perspective to the history of Africa, because the evolution of history must have to come from the people who are emerging over time, and what they have been able to do, the changes they have gone through time, and their present condition. So anybody that can influence their history must come and be part of that history, but not to originate in it. But then I find the necessity to start my story of Taruga from this place. Where you see here is a settlement, a house belonging to a white man, Bernard Park. Now, Bernard Park, although a white man, is crucial to the story of Taruga and the difference it has been able to make over time.
Bernard Park is an archaeologist. He's a British man. He came down here through a miner. The name of the man is Mr. Priestley. He is the one that brought Bernard Park down to this particular place. He is the man that discovered iron smelting site and also discovered some artifacts.
But tell me, why did this man brought Mr. Park?
Well, in the process of mining, he discovered some relics. He discovered some breaking part of terracottas. That is why he said, actually, this place must have a deposit of terracottas. That is why he brought a professional, that is an archaeologist, who is Bernard Park, to come and make a research. And through the research, he now discovered the iron smelting site and some terracottas.
Taruga is 125 hectares of discoveries. It contains sites where bad discoveries are made. It is like a work area, a project site, but without the necessary protection work sites get. Moving around this area is a tough call. There are valleys and hills, a wonderful topography with the aesthetic characteristics. One of the major discoveries of Bernard Park is the discovery of a rich iron smelting site in an expansive area in the valley in Taruga. Accessing the site, we had to pass through a miniature waterfall that is becoming more assertive with the rains. An eternal stream passes through Taruga and is influential in supporting extensive and large-scale mining activities in the area. Miners need water to process their minerals, and they access it at no cost. The stream supports farming activities as well, and is handy as water point for grazers. Its trajectory is a beautiful addition to the beauty of the landscape of the site. From the stream, we take our bearing to the iron smelting site. It is a tough walk, distant, rugged and thorny. It adds up that a number of our team are fasting. We all note, however, a strong resolve to visit the iron smelting areas. In time, we arrive at the iron smelting site. This vast space you have seen is very significant to the story we want to tell about Taruga. This is actually the place where the iron smelting exercise has been going on for over 3 millennium. Still, there are remnants of that exercise. You can see it everywhere. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 here. There are over 50. It covered all the places. What they say is that these people have been around from the Iron Age. They have seen an Iron Age. And they have combated iron for their mutual warfare. They have combated iron for their sports. And they have combated iron for their agriculture. A lot of things. And in fact, when we are moving around, we have seen a lot of the pickets, remnants of the iron itself. But then I am with the Malam of the Salam.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah.
the iron smelting area.
Yeah, we are welcome. You are welcome to iron smelting site.
Yes.
Actually, as we said, this particular place is the iron smelting site. And if you go around, you can see the grinding stone, you can see the pounding stone, where the iron activity has been taking place for about 500 BC. So, according to the history, the benefactor that came and discovered this iron smelting site, he was here for quite a long time doing some activities in respect of iron activities. So when you go around, you can see some pits. We have some pit downward. You can see where the activities of burning of the iron is taking place down across the other side.
Okay. It's no longer taking place.
Yeah, it's no more taking place now.
But where, from where do they sort the iron itself? Because it's just a smelting area.
Yeah. According to the history, the iron material comes from part of Nasarawa, that is from Toto area, down to here.
So there have been deposits of the iron around the area?
Yeah, there is a lot of deposits of iron around the area. You know, iron we have of different caliber. So the good ones, they used to import it from there down to here. This place is just like a site where the iron activities is going on.
There is something interesting about this iron smelting area. It is right there in a valley, under a valley. The whole area has been surrounded by hills, which reasonably suggests that the people that may be engaged in this iron smelting for those years must have been mountain dwellers. In fact, the local community told us here that there are settlements up to